Welcome to Scary Terror Gaming's spooky season compilation of Elden Lore. In order to make your Halloween just a little more unnerving, we've put together every scary episode of this series, as well as updated some of our other creepier topics with fitting music and readjusted audio. Those of you who have wanted the Dung Eater video remixed finally have your wish. Every episode of Elden Lore has had its early callouts removed to help with flow, but the ending callouts remain intact, so as not to cut into any last-minute lore. Also, for those of you who stick around to the end, there's a special surprise, so be sure to check it out. I won't draw this out any longer, so sit back, relax, and feel your spine tingle as we take you through the scariest lore of Elden Ring. Lately, we've been focusing our Elden Lore videos on various tarnished and NPCs, but we haven't forgotten the vast number of enemies that piqued both our and the community's interest. We received a comment on our last video from TC calling out a particular enemy we had taken interest in during previous research, but never followed up on. After some digging, we found that while there isn't a lot of written explanation for their existence, if you pay attention to the smaller details in the world around them, there's an interesting story behind this seemingly innocuous boss enemy, and possibly even a connection to the Albinaurics. Today, we're going to talk about the Dragonkin Soldiers, where they come from, how they were made, and the use of context clues in determining their origins. The Dragonkin Soldiers' name almost seems as if it could be a misnomer. Their bodies are much more human than dragon aside from their heads and almost skeletal wings. They also seem to be draped in some kind of cloth, almost as if they were wearing clothing, which seems odd considering that all of the dragons we encounter in the game are unclothed. There's very little we can learn about these enemies from their appearance alone, aside from this fact. They are clearly not dragons, and overall have a more humanoid form than any dragon we can encounter in the lands between. So the question becomes, how exactly are they kin to dragons when it seems as though someone placed a dragon head and decrepit wings on a large human body? There are a couple of theories that we've seen that we'd like to talk through before getting into our own. First is that the Dragonkin Soldiers are what's left over after someone engages in dragon communion one too many times. It makes sense that overindulging in dragon communion would create a half-human, half-dragon. However, the lore in-game does not support this theory. If we look at the Magma Wyrm's scale sword, it tells us, it said these land-bound dragons were once human heroes who partook in dragon communion, a grave transgression for which they were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves. This lays out clearly that when someone pushes dragon communion to its absolute limits, they don't become a hybrid, they become a Magma Wyrm. Thus, this theory can't be the truth behind the Dragonkin Soldiers. Another idea is that these hybrids could be the result of humans and dragons commingling during the early years of Godwyn's dragon cult. This could be supported by Lansseax's glaive and Vike's dragonbolt, which tell us Lansseax was the sister of Fortisax. It is said that she took the form of a human to commune with the knights as a priestess of the ancient dragon cult. And, of all the knights, Vike the Dragonspear was the one Lansseax loved the most. While various magics can tell the story of how dragons and humans lived in some form of peace within Godwyn's dragon cult, none explicitly say that these two forms of life were able to be together in any way that could create hybrid children. While this is certainly up for debate, we believe the various item descriptions related to the Dragonkin themselves can put this theory to rest. Upon defeating the Dragonkin Soldier of Nokstella, we are granted the Frozen Lightning Spear incantation. The description of this magic tells us, the Dragonkin were born in the Eternal City, where they knew no sky, no true lightning. Instead, ice lightning was their weapon. So it seems as though it's not possible for the Dragonkin to have been born of the commingling between dragons and humans, due to their being born in the Eternal City. However, now that we know where they were born, the question comes back around to how. We believe that these towering enemies were actually created in the same way as the Albinaurics, through the use and experimentation of silver tears by the citizens of Noxtella. There's one particular line of flavor text that can be found on the Dragonscale blade that we believe solidifies this theory. The Dragonscale blade reads as follows: "A weapon made by sharpening a gravelstone scale, thought to be the source of ancient dragon immortality, into an unclouded blade. Alas, the Dragonkin soldiers never attained immortality, and perished as decrepit, pale imitations of their skyborn kin." So we know that this blade, or really any dragon scale weapon, is made through the sharpening of gravelstone scales, the source of a dragon's immortality. And there are only 4 enemies in Elden Ring that can drop these scales. The first, of course, is the Faramazula dragon. This makes perfect sense. An eternal dragon would drop the scale. Second is the Azula Beastman. Again, these beastmen live amongst the dragons. It's not unreasonable for them to have harvested stray scales. Third are the miners of the Yellow Annex Tunnel. This is definitely more interesting, as they are mining a tunnel known for extraterrestrial beings that came from the stars. Finally, there's the final enemy, the Silver Tear. But not just any silver tear, only the variation that explodes in lightning. So we know that Gravelstone is connected to dragon immortality. The Dragonkin were born in Noxtella, and the Dragonkin never truly attained immortality. We believe this is because they were imperfect, much like the other race we know that has close ties to, and was possibly created from, silver tears, the Albinaurics. While relating the massive Dragonkin soldiers to the Albinaurics may seem like a stretch, there is one more contextual clue to their relationship. The Dragonkin soldiers cannot stand on their legs. There are only 6 Dragonkin soldiers in Elden Ring. 1 in the Siofra River, 1 in the Eternal City, 1 in the Lake of Rot, and 3 spiritual Dragonkin in the Consecrated Snowfields. None of these soldiers are able to properly use their legs. This ties together the idea that they were created through the use of a silver tear, and why they were never able to achieve immortality. Life forms made using silver tears are all imperfect, and the telltale sign of this is their lame legs. Not to mention, what would the spirits of Dragonkin soldiers be doing in the Consecrated Snowfield, if not seeking out others it would consider kin? Not dragons, but other beings created through the use of silver tears. We believe all of these small clues come together to form a picture of Dragonkin soldiers being made for the explicit purpose of the Eternal City harnessing the power of dragons for their own personal use. However, because the scientists or magicians of these cities never figured out how to create pure beings through the use of the silver tear, the Dragonkin are another imperfect life form, and oddly, a cousin to the Albinaurics. This means the Dragonkin soldiers are likely no more after we defeat the few that can be found in the lands between, as unlike the Albinaurics, they have neither the means or intelligence to create a new generation. Thank you for joining us today as we shared our theories on the Dragonkin soldiers. We believe our line of thinking is sound and feel strongly that the various clues we've tied together create an airtight narrative on the history of these enemies. We also wanted to get your feedback and thoughts on whether or not we properly debunked the other prevailing theories. Comment with your thoughts on the Dragonkin soldiers, and let us know if you think we're off base. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our lore content. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Welcome back to Square Table Gaming, where we're going to celebrate spooky season with 5 episodes of Elden Lore based solely on aspects of Elden Ring that we find scary, disturbing, or flat out disgusting. For today's topic, we're going to explore an area of the lands between that many have found deeply unnerving when first finding it in the Altus Plateau. It's a village of mirth and celebration, where the residents will ignore you as you enter their space. The deeper we dove into this village, the more we came to understand that our instincts were spot on. We should feel unnerved, because Dominula, the windmill village, is where many gods likely met their end, long before we came to the lands between.
When we first come to the village, we are met with older women dancing around their wooden posts. These women are known as celebrants and are likely the namesake of the village, as Dominula means, Little Mistress. They can be heard laughing and enjoying the eternal festival that seems to be in full swing.
While their visage and glee is enough to put us on edge, the descriptions from their garments add to the unease you feel around them. Ceremonial garb worn by dancers at the festivities in Dominula, the village of windmills, faintly bloodstained. There's even another version of their clothes we can find that has blue embellishments. It tells us, use of this garb dyed in a stunning blue is only permitted for young maids who play the central role in the festival. So those wearing blue have a special place in the festivities, and through a conversation with a spirit in the village, we get an idea as to what that may be. Upon speaking with this spirit, he says, "I hear a festive melody. No, don't skin me. My hide is filthy, I swear." This line alone sheds light on the festival. This merriment and dancing is a precursor to one thing: skinning the village's victims alive. By looking at each variant of the celebrant enemy, we can learn more about their customs. The celebrant harvesters are the women dressed in blue. They carry 2 sickles, and now, knowing that they have a special place in the festival, we believe this means they are the ones who actually do the skinning. The descriptions on all of the celebrant weapons tell us that they are decorated with flowers and many colored fabrics, ceremonial tool used by dancers during the festivities of Dominula, crafted from human bone. The sickles are used to skin the village's victims, and presumably, the bones of those victims are used to make more sickles. Apparently, they use every part of the corpse. The other celebrants seem to each have their own role in the festival. The celebrant gardeners wield the rib rake, which may have been used to drag their prey to the spot where they would be skinned. The celebrant butcher wields a large cleaver, which would have been helpful in taking apart large chunks of their victim to make the skinning easier. Lastly, we have the celebrant thresher and grenader, both of which wield a unique weapon, the celebrant skull. Contrary to what the name suggests, this is not the skull of a celebrant. The description tells us this is a large bludgeon decorated with flowers and many colored fabrics, ceremonial tool used by dancers during the festivities of Dominula Windmill Village. The striking end is a skull too large in size to be human.
So this weapon was perhaps used to kill their victims after the skinning and cleaving were over.
But if the head is too large to be human, where did it come from? If we travel to the top of the hill, all the way through the village, a boss appears next to the windmill, a godskin apostle. All of the pieces fall into place upon seeing this enemy. Dominula, the windmill village, is the site where gods were butchered and skinned in order to provide the godskin apostles with their garb. These celebrants likely served the godskin apostles long ago, skinning the many lesser gods across the lands between, and creating the godskin apostle and noble clothing. In fact, we believe the godskin apostle we fight at the top of the village may have even instructed them on how to properly skin the gods. We think this due to the weapon he drops after being defeated, the godskin peeler. Its description calls it a unique twin blade wielded by godskin apostles, characterized by its disturbing design. One end features a sickle for slicing attacks, while the other boasts a winding spike for boring into flesh. Given its title as a peeler, we think this apostle taught the celebrants how to skin the gods with their sickles, and started the never-ending festival that now rules the village. As we've discussed before, the gods that once roamed the lands between have dwindled significantly to only those with close ties to the Golden Order. In our video about the Mausoleum Knights, we dove into how we think it's possible Marika had many children we know nothing about and are currently long dead, and the Godskin Apostles themselves support this idea. Otherwise, whose Godskin are they wearing? Assuming this is true, there are no more gods for the celebrants to skin, but still they continue their festival, ready to draw in any who cross their village and hear the levity, the sounds of those celebrating. Perhaps the skulls wielded by the celebrants that are too large to be human in nature once belonged to these lesser gods. Once their bodies were raked, their limbs cleaved, and their skin flayed, their heads were used as weapons to bludgeon those who resisted the process. This would also explain why all of the celebrant weapons have the ability to draw runes from others upon each hit. If these weapons were made from gods, perhaps some trace of their power remains, and they seek runes to increase their wielder's strength.
To the west of the village entrance, we can find multiple grain silos, one infested with large rats, one guarded by demi-humans, and one with celebrants dancing around the corpses of nobles. The Inhuman one has an interesting theory on the purpose of this area, which basically boils down to the rats contaminating the village's food supply and causing their madness. However, we have another idea what these silos are used for. We know that the women of Dominula skinned the gods and men that entered their village as part of their festivities. Their bones were used for weaponry, and their skin for godskin garb. But what did they do with the leftover remains? They can't be seen in the village, as any corpses we find are unskinned. But what if they had a storage place for the leftover viscera of their festival? What if they disposed of their victims' remains within the windmills? This would explain why giant rats congregate outside. They're hungry. This theory is bolstered by the pile of corpses being burned at one of the silos. Perhaps we're interrupting the final phase of their ritual. Burn the flesh and dispose of the bodies.
We'd be remiss if we didn't mention the visual similarities between the celebrants, their rituals, and the movie Midsommar. While we could have sworn that we saw an interview at some point where Hidetaka Miyazaki sang the movie's praises, we could not find it again while doing research for this video. While it's possible he drew inspiration from this movie with their cult-like clothing and customs, it's just as likely these aesthetics came from the broader concepts of Swedish midsummer traditions. It's also possible this aesthetic could be a callback to The Wicker Man. Thematically, this would make more sense, as in that movie we see a man being sacrificed to the gods, while in Dominula, the gods themselves are sacrificed for the betterment of their community. The horrors of Dominula the Windmill Village feel out of place in Elden Ring. Of course, it makes sense that the Godskin Apostles would have had to have the gods skinned somewhere in order to make their robes, but the concept that this was done in a happy village, celebrating an eternal festival, with dancing and music feels somehow out of place. The levity of a celebration is not found anywhere else throughout Elden Ring, and we think that the most unnerving thing about this village is that it breaks with the atmosphere of the lands between. This land is in a state of decay. We are seeing the Erdtree long past its prime, and many of the gods we do battle with are merely shadows of their former selves. Radahn is a mindless monster, not a brilliant general. Godric is a crazed madman stealing the limbs off Tarnished, convinced they will make him stronger. Rennala is obsessed with her cycle of rebirth, and cares not for anything outside of her library in Raya Lucaria Academy. There is no revelry in this land, there is no dancing and songs, and the inclusion of these things in Dominula unnerves you before you even know the history of the village. A brilliant way of injecting some terror into the lands between. Thank you for joining us on our first dive into the scarier enemies and locations throughout the lands between. We really love taking a closer look at Dominula, and we hope you enjoyed getting the story behind this spooky town. Next week we'll be discussing the Fingercreepers, an enemy likely to grab your attention and hold on tight. If you have any thoughts or theories on the Windmill Village or its celebrants, Let us know in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on our next video. We'll see you next time for more Elden Lore. What terrifies you? Are you scared of demons or ghosts? Does possession make you uncomfortable? Perhaps body horror is what unnerves you. When thinking about what enemies in Elden Ring were the scariest or most unnerving, there was immediately one that came to mind due to its shocking appearance and unnaturally swift movement. In various areas of the Lands Between, we encounter the Fingercreepers. They come in various shapes and sizes, but no matter the form, they will almost definitely catch you off guard. While their visage is on brand for a world obsessed with fingers, there's very little to be said about their lore, until you dig deeper. Today, we're going to explore the mysteries surrounding the Fingercreepers. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more of our content. Now, let's begin. The Fingercreepers are grotesque hands that will chase and attack you by skittering across the ground. They drop no weapons, and are best used for farming somber smithing stones. The many fingers coming from the base of the hand itself leads us to believe they have been grafted together by someone, making them man-made creatures. This would make sense as they seem to have no mouths, no bodies to speak of, no need to eat to survive. They will relish in ambushing our tarnished, falling from walls in areas they blend into, or springing to life from the ground below us. They have the ability to cast magic from their ringed finger, so they can attack us at a range, making them not only terrifying, but deadly regardless of your build. They evoke the movement of spiders in the way they scuttle towards our tarnished at high speed. They attack with large, sweeping motions, making it difficult to evade them, and they typically attack in packs, rarely on their own. These enemies could easily be written off as another way to showcase the Lands Between's obsession with fingers, personified as a creepy obstacle for our tarnished to overcome. However, we only find them in very specific areas of the world. The Fingercreepers are only found at Caria Manor, the Carian Study Hall, Mount Gelmir, the Mountaintop of Giants, Flame Peak, and outside of the cell containing the loathsome Dung Eater. These locations hold the key to unraveling the mystery behind the Fingercreepers, along with the only weapon in Elden Ring that makes any mention of them in its description, the ringed finger. The description of this weapon tells us it is a bludgeon made of an enormous finger sheathed in several heavy rings, thought to have been cut from an ancestor of the Fingercreeper. Some life yet remains in this legacy of an ancient act of blasphemy, as evidenced by the barely perceptible warmth it still exudes. This gives us our first lead on the investigation into these creatures' origins, an ancient act of blasphemy. When we talk about blasphemy, the obvious candidate for discussion is Praetor Rykard. After all, he's the Lord of Blasphemy, and the ringed finger looks as though it could have been cut directly from his hand. This would lead us to believe that all Fingercreepers are tied directly to Rykard's hands. However, as Zuli the Witch pointed out in her dissection of these creatures, the models of the hands don't match perfectly, and the original weapon description calls out Rykard instead of the Fingercreepers. So is the answer that these creatures were given a new origin during the continued work on the game? We don't believe so. Rather, the updated description adds context to the overall story of how these terrifying hands came to be. When looking at the various areas that the Fingercreepers can be encountered, we see the idea of Rykard's involvement being reinforced. Caria Manor and the Carian Library hold his sister and secrets of his family.
it makes sense he'd have made sure there were defenses set up in order to protect Ranni. The Fingercreepers of Mount Gelmir defend the road to Volcano Manor, Rykard's home. And where better for a Lord of Blasphemy to consolidate power than on the way to the Forge of Giants? The Cauldron needed to perform the ultimate act of blasphemy against the Two Fingers, the burning of the Erdtree. When it comes to the Fingercreepers outside of Dung Eater's cell, this could be another defensive maneuver by Rykard. The one place he and his extended family see eye to eye. The Seedbed Curse is likely going too far, even in the eyes of the Lord of Blasphemy. But while all of these areas show us the connection these enemies have to Rykard, there's another connection that may not be immediately apparent, one directly tied to the Giants. We know from the Troll Knight's sword that the Trolls were called into service when the Queen invoked an oath they swore. The Trolls are treated as true Knights of Caria and fight arm in arm with their human comrades. And when looking at the Sword of Night and Flame, we learn it is the storied sword and treasure of Caria Manor, one of the legendary armaments. Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in mountaintops that nearly touched the sky, and considered the fire giants their neighbors. So before the war with the giants, it seems Carian royalty had a strong connection to them. Perhaps the reason that the Fingercreepers' fingers aren't a perfect match to Rykard's is because they were never meant to be. The Fingercreepers aren't discarded hands of the Lord of Blasphemy. They're the hands of the dead giants, grafted together and reanimated by Rykard to do his bidding. This theory perfectly explains why the ringed finger would say it was cut from the ancestor of the Fingercreepers. It doesn't mean that the weapon is literally descended from the creatures with no ability to reproduce. It's simply a finger of Rykard's, the man who animated these creatures, making him their ancestor. We believe that through the years, Rykard used his knowledge of blasphemous magics to reanimate the hands of those trolls and giants who fell in the service and friendship of the Carian royal family. It's also possible that given his knowledge of blasphemous arts, Rykard would have utilized grafting in their creation, explaining the many fingers coming from just one hand. Interestingly, the frozen corpses of giants we find at Flame Peak actually reinforce this theory, as they seem to have had their hands cut off at the wrist. This explains the colossal Fingercreepers we find there. They were once hands of the largest giants in the lands between, struck down at the height of the war. With this theory in place, we shed light on the history of the Fingercreepers, and even reconcile the rewritten lore of the ringed finger. By using the environmental clues around the Fingercreepers themselves, we believe this makes the most sense as to their origins. Rykard has all of the blasphemous knowledge necessary to bring these horrific creatures into existence, and they can be seen as yet another avenue of his army, alongside the Manserpents and the Recusants of Volcano Manor, to help him with his bid for power over the lands between, even if he does seem to utilize them mostly for defense of his own territories. So what do you think of our theory on the mysterious origins of the terrifying Fingercreepers? Let us know in the comments if you have any theories of your own, or found anything to support our claims that wasn't mentioned in the video. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell to make sure you don't miss out on any of our spooky October lore content. Join us next time when we explore the wildlife left behind in the rotting wasteland that was once the flourishing land of Caelid. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. During October, we focus on the macabre, monsters, demons, and things that go bump in the night. One of the most popular topics for this time of year is zombies, the undead, rotting corpses shambling after their prey. Rot is a natural occurrence after death. Time will take its toll on what was once living. But what happens when a land without death feels the effect of rot? We know Radon became a mindless creature after overexposure to Malenia's rot. But how did the wildlife react to this change in their environment? What happens to the creatures that cannot die when they're exposed to a plague that breaks down their bodies and minds? Do they simply decay into nothing? Or do they adapt? Today we're going to look at a few different creatures roaming the land of Caelid, and look at how the rot has affected them. Now let's dive into what lurks in Caelid. The first creature we wanted to take a look at is the horrifying giant dogs we find throughout Caelid. For whatever reason, these creatures have adapted to the land. They're not particularly decayed or hampered by the rot around them. They have evolved to have enormous heads and hind legs, and their mange has spread, leaving very little hair on their bodies. At this point, they're beginning to resemble dinosaurs as opposed to canines, but they still retain their dog-like features. These dogs can even be seen feasting on various corpses or searching for food, which shows us they can not only survive the rot, but they can actually consume it without killing themselves. Why is it that these giant dogs are able to survive the rot? We think we have an answer. There is an enemy that can be found in many areas of the lands between, the Rotten Stray. The Rotten Stray ashes can be found on the corpse of a dog, and tell us more about these creatures. Spirit of a stray dog corrupted by the scarlet rot. Though it is only a small creature, it is as violent as it is nimble, and its fangs fester with poisonous rot. So we know these dogs already carry the corruption of scarlet rot. Logically, we can assume that a creature that is already carrying this disease within it would not be affected in the same way as those who have never been exposed. Perhaps when the rotten strays that were already present in Caelid felt the effects of Malenia's Scarlet Aeonia, they simply gained strength from it. After all, in the various lores of FromSoft games, the stronger one becomes, the larger they tend to be. There is one unique giant dog that can be found in Caelid, just outside of Gowry's shack. It wears a spiked collar and will not attack unless we come too close to its territory. What makes this particular dog different from any other in the game is that it has the ability to spray scarlet rot from its mouth, afflicting our tarnished with the disease. We believe this goes to show how these dogs feed off of their attachment to the rot. As the one likely tended to by Gowry as his personal pet, has evolved further than any other. Knowing that Gowry is actually a facade the Kindred of Rot use, we can assume this dog is simply further along in its evolution than the others we encounter. It is also worth mentioning that these giant dogs can be found in the mountaintop of giants. This could be seen as a contradiction to our understanding of their origins. However, we have to keep in mind that aside from Caelid, the mountaintop is the closest land with dogs to have a concentrated amount of rot nearby, housed within Miquella's Haligtree. Our next enemy encountered in Caelid is unaffected by rot, and may have been created specifically because the sorcerers of Sellia feared what would happen to them should they journey out into the lands themselves. The Avionet Soldiers are puppets designed specifically by the Sellian sorcerers. They wear the Marionette Soldier bird helm, which is described as a metal helm formed in the likeness of the face of a bird, worn by Avionet Soldiers, crafted to serve the sorcerers. The construction of this helm is remarkably crude. For a doll, the only thing that matters is that it does not break. These enemies can also drop Kuko Glintstone, which makes it clear that they were imbued with magic and brought to life through sorcery. While the story behind Sellia and its ghostly inhabitants could be a video on its own, we think these Avionet Soldiers are a good example of adapting to a life surrounded by rot. They were made with the intention to have some kind of protective force moving through the vetted lands. We can encounter them close to town, guarding the areas dripping in rot, but they take no damage from it. Being constructs, non-organic beings, the rot does not affect them the same way it does our tarnished. We can even find spirit ash of these enemies in Raya Lucaria Academy that clarifies their purpose. Spirits of marionette soldiers with avian features, they were created to serve a sorcerer. Equipped with long haft scythes, they also attack from the skies by lobbing firepots, can sometimes malfunction when damaged. further proof that they were created by Celian sorcerers. Perhaps their equipped fire pots were meant to be used strategically against the rot itself, as we know that the rot is susceptible to flames. Another reason we think these enemies were crafted like birds comes in the form of the giant crows. These crows seem to have a natural resistance to scarlet rot, as they can thrive feeding on the corpses of the dead in Caelid. Perhaps this is where the Avionet soldiers' resistance to rot comes from. Lastly, we wanted to talk about decaying Exikes, the only rot-infected dragon we can find in Elden Ring. Near the Caelid Highway south side of Grace, we can find this decaying, scarlet rot-afflicted dragon, defending the nearby Temple of Dragon Communion. His flesh is pure white, having lost any pigment it once had, and what's left of it is tearing, showing the rotting muscles beneath. His mouth pours scarlet rot, and it looks as though his eyes are completely rotted out, leaving empty sockets. All along his body, wings, and horn, you can see what looks like white branches growing, possibly the same fungus we can see blooming from areas infested with rot. He is a sad sight, a majestic dragon who was likely caught in the fallout of the Aeonia bloom, now a barely living force knowing only vengeance. The only item in-game discussing Exikes is his spell, Exikes' Decay. This is a superior incantation of Dragon Communion, channels the power of Exikes, the Decaying, transforms caster into a dragon to spew scarlet rot breath from above. Exikes, Dragon Communion Revenger, did not forget his hatred, even as he succumbed to the scarlet rot. Given this explanation, it seems likely that before Exikes was brought to this lowly place, he hunted those who engaged in Dragon Communion. Exikes was a revenger, taking the lives of those who killed his brethren for their power, and waited for them at the Temple of Dragon Communion, a place they'd have to visit to make use of the hearts ripped from the dragons they defeated. Perhaps it was this burning hatred that keeps Exikes alive and fighting, still defending this sacred temple as the rot eats him from within. Not only did he refuse to yield to the Aeonia's power, he harnessed it for himself, as another method of punishing those who wish to gain the power of dragons. The dangers of Caelid are apparent from the moment we step foot into this area of the Lands Between, but the dread we feel upon seeing these fetid, rotting enemies is something new we were not likely to experience before this point. The curse of the scarlet rot, eating away at the denizens of a land without death, is disturbing on its own, but the fact that some creatures can thrive here, or even harness the power of the rot, is terrifying. Whether it's the soldiers designed to resist it, the dogs who have learned to live within it, or the dragon cursed to bear its power, the scarlet rot is a power to fear in the Lands Between. We hope you've enjoyed our small look at the fauna of Caelid. Make sure to comment with your favorite enemies to fight when you visit these rotten lands. Like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you don't miss out on any of our spooky content. In our next episode, we're going to see what we can learn about an enemy the community hated thoroughly in the early days of Elden Ring, the Erdtree burial Watchdogs. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. When exploring the many catacombs and graves of Elden Ring, we come to expect certain enemies. The Imps will always appear ready to ambush our Tarnished from the shadows, either grabbing on to stab us with their forked hatchets or leading us into traps we've yet to discover. While these enemies are a nuisance, we can easily adjust our tactics and quickly learn to watch our step as we make our way to our prizes. Of course, these Imps are only the beginning of the golem-like constructs we will encounter. Early in the life of Elden Ring, players found a boss enemy that caught them off guard. These enemies became known as notoriously difficult until we discovered more spells and weaponries to help us face them. as well as an unexpected tactic to draw their attention away from us. We are of course talking about the Erdtree burial watchdogs, the stone enemies powered by magic with faces that strike fear into new players. In today's Elden Lore, we're going to explore these enemies and try to determine their origins and their purpose. And with that, let's begin. The Erdtree burial watchdogs are a terrifying sight to behold the first time we come across them. They look as if they were inanimate statues until they begin their assault on our Tarnished. Only certain parts of their bodies show any kind of movement while the rest of them stays static, like a toy whose arms and legs can move while the torso remains in the same position. While they're called watchdogs, their features are more feline, having cat-like tails which show the magic they've been infused with at the tip, as well as elongated faces with sunken eyes and large ears. There's another variation of these creatures that have 3 faces, all identical, which can breathe fire or ice depending on the magic they utilize. Not only are these faces demonic and terrifying, should you find yourself attacking one of these watchdogs from behind, they can turn their head around 180 degrees, staring you down as you fight for your life. The purpose of these watchdogs is simple: defend the catacombs, the tombs of those who were given an Erdtree burial. As we know, Erdtree burial is reserved for those who have earned the right to be buried at the foot of the Erdtree. It stands to reason that any roots of the Erdtree would count as the foot of the tree, as these watchdogs are found in various locations across the land. One would assume that the ashes we find after defeating these enemies would be those of the people buried here, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The ashes of the noble sorcerer, a group of demi-humans, a Caelid sellsword, and a mad pumpkinhead can all be found at the foot of these roots. None of these ashes provide description text that tells us these once living beings were worthy of Erdtree burial, so why are they being defended by the watchdogs? Our theory is that these warriors served whoever is buried beneath these roots, so not only do the watchdogs defend the remains of those buried, but their most personal effects as well, including the ashes of their loyal servants. When we fight these constructs, they can wield one of 2 weapons, the Watchdog's Greatsword and the Watchdog's Staff, both of which we can obtain in-game. The Greatsword's description tells us it is the stone greatsword wielded by Erdtree burial watchdogs. Though decorated with the Watchman's Eye, the pupil was taken by grave robbers and is now hollow, leaving this sword a mere lump of stone. This implies that at some point these weapons may have been more than simply stone swords, possibly utilizing magic when they still had their pupil. Unfortunately, we cannot confirm this, as every sword we see in-game has the empty hole where the pupil should be, and there's no mention of the Watchman's Eye anywhere else in Elden Ring. The Watchdog's Staff is described as a large stone staff embedded with glintstone, wielded by Erdtree burial watchdogs who protect catacombs. The watchdogs, battered and broken over their lengthy tenure, rule the catacombs and are even said to command the Imps. This gives us a couple of important insights, namely that the Imps actually act on the orders of the watchdogs, and that the watchdogs have been defending their catacombs for so long that they're no longer in their prime. What's more important to understanding the history of these constructs is not the description of the staff, but the unique skill that accompanies it: Sorcery of the Crozier. This skill channels magic into the glintstone to activate an ancient sorcery, producing floating magic projectiles that chase enemies automatically. This is our only insight into where the watchdogs may pull their magical power from: glintstone. With their use of glintstone in mind, we can start to theorize about the origins of the Erdtree burial watchdogs. The foremost scholars of glintstone studied at Royal Academy, and after Renala's marriage to Radagon, an accord was struck between the Golden Order and the scholars of the Academy. Perhaps these constructs were created on the order of Queen Marika or Radagon to defend the remains of those who were deemed worthy of Erdtree burial. Raya sorcerers would have had the knowledge and the resources to create these defenders, and equip them with the magic necessary to fight off those who would disturb these holy resting places. If we take this a step further and include the Imps that take orders from the Watchdogs as another layer of security for these catacombs created by the Scholars, it suddenly makes sense why the Imp head masks raise certain stats when worn. They raise the stat associated with the magic that brought them to life. For instance, the Fanged Imps were infused with bestial strength, and so the Fanged Imp mask does the same for our Tarnished. One hole in this theory may be the presence of lesser burial watchdogs in the Giant's Mountaintop Catacombs, Giant Conquering Hero's Grave, and Consecrated Snowfield Catacombs. However, we know that the Zamor were allies to Marika during the war with the Giants, and she kept a presence in the mountaintop through the Fire Monks. It's a reasonable assumption that she may have provided her allies with access to resources they didn't have before, such as the lesser burial watchdogs created by the Scholars of Raya Lucaria. This would also benefit Marika, as these watchdogs will be defending the secrets of the mountaintops, an area locked away from the rest of the Lands Between. An interesting note about the Erdtree burial watchdogs is that they and the golems are affected by crystal darts in the same way. When throwing crystal darts at either of these enemies, you can actually trigger something within them that causes them to stop attacking you and instead attack the closest living thing to them. Many players use this tactic to help with the boss battle against two Erdtree burial watchdogs, forcing one to attack its partner and make the fight more manageable. It's unclear what this tells us about the connection between these two constructs. It may simply be that the crystal found within the mines of the Lands Between has this effect on any inorganic creature fueled by magic. However, we can also speculate that perhaps the Scholars of Raya Lucaria based their plans for the Erdtree burial watchdogs off of the golems, studying these larger constructs in order to create their own. The Erdtree burial watchdogs have a horrifying visage and move their bodies in disturbing, jerking motions, but the true terror of facing these enemies is doing so before you are ready. Being a new player, making your way through a dark catacomb, only to find yourself facing off against this powerful construct, is nerve-wracking and often infuriating. Sometimes the scariest thing in Elden Ring is knowing you may not be recovering your runes before the watchdog puts you out of your misery. We hope you enjoyed this dive into the background of the Erdtree burial watchdogs. Like and subscribe if you learned anything new about these enemies, and don't forget to comment with your thoughts. Join us next week as we put out our final spooky season lore video. We've saved the worst for last, because in our next video, we'll be diving into the most gruesome, disgusting, loathsome creature in the Lands Between, the Dung Eater. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. When it comes to the question of who is the most evil character we encounter in Elden Ring, there is only one true answer. Many characters we encounter as antagonists live within their own set of beliefs that may run counter to ours, and we would consider them evil, such as Gideon Ofnir or Reitgard the Lord of Blasphemy. However, each of them sees a justification to their own actions. This ranges from perpetuating the status quo to trying to overturn the influence of the Greater Will and usher in a new age for the Lands Between. While every faction is seen as a villain to someone, who is evil is largely a matter of interpretation. There is, of course, an exception to this idea, and he is the topic of our final spooky lore video for October. Today, we discuss the loathsome Dung Eater, his motivations, and the purpose of the Seedbed Curse. To understand the loathsome Dung Eater, we first need to understand his goals. The Omen Helm gives us background on who he was. A malformed helm resembling an omen with its horns cut off, worn by the Dung Eater. Their form is a vision of the landscape of his mind and of his appearance as he wished to see it. The heart of an omen without the body to match. Could there be any crueler existence? What does it matter then if the curse claims all? So we see that the Dung Eater has an obsession with the Omen, those who were cursed with horns due to being touched by the primordial crucible at birth. It's important to consider that the Omen were once seen as blessed due to their strength, and they did not come to be referred to as cursed until Marika established the Golden Order. The Erdtree creates a cycle of reincarnation where souls return to its roots to be born again. However, the Omen cannot return to the Erdtree due to their connection to the primordial crucible, so it stands to reason that the Golden Order would see them as an impure form of life, untouched by grace, and unable to interact with its god. The Dung Eater wished to be an Omen, to wield their strength, but was born a tarnished, so his goal is to bring the blessing of becoming an Omen to others. Upon meeting the Dung Eater for the first time at the Round Table Hold, he says to us,
"Have you ever felt the curse? With your whole being, the pox upon life itself, feared and despised by all. The reviled blessing. Apparently not. You are but a lamb, a stranger to defilement, ignorant of your own ignorance. You no longer interest me. I've been long without peace. Don't spoil my quietude. I asked you not to disturb me. Be thankful of the hold serenity. It is all that keeps your death and defilement at bay."
His talk of defilement is aggressive at the very least, and he makes it clear that he is no friend to our tarnished. If we speak with our companion, Blackguard Big Boggart, he tells us about his experience with the Dung Eater.
"There's something I should probably tell you. You heard of the Dung Eater? He's a madman. Has it out for everyone. Curses him. Goes round in his rank armor and all. You see him though. Stay, well, away. I was in the same jail as him once, so I know firsthand. He's a god-forsaken monster. Not just some petty thug like me. He's a killer. Kills people. And curses the souls. Does all sorts of shit to the corpses. To keep them cursed forever. I ain't seen nothing more disgusting in all my years. I ain't ever been more scared neither. Rooted to the bloody spot while he did that. To my friend.
We don't get an explanation of what he does to people in order to curse them, but when we find our first seedbed curse, we see what's left of his handiwork. In Landell, we can find a corpse sitting in a chair with a bloody rag over its lap, and on it, we find a seedbed curse. This item is described as a curse grown on a corpse killed and defiled by the Dung Eater. A tender pox afflicted with omen horns. The Dung Eater cultivates the seedbed curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls returning to the Erdtree, leaving them forever cursed. One of the most loathsome things found in the lands between. The game does not tell us exactly how these seedbed curses are formed, but thanks to Zully the Witch, we have an idea of From Software's intent, and it circles back to how the Dung Eater received his name. In Japanese lore, the soul is housed within an organ known as the Shirikodama, and this organ is found in a particular place in the body. The Dung Eater likely tears this organ from his victims' bodies, explaining the bloodied lapcloth, and consumes it, preventing their soul from ever returning to the Erdtree. Interestingly, something Roderica tells us when the Dung Eater arrives in the hold bolsters this theory. She says,
"I need to warn you about something. A little while ago, someone started lurking in the wing on the opposite side of the round table, and I can hear, from all the way over there, the howling and wailing of spirits in fear of a curse. I can even hear the repulsive twisted malice in itself. A plethora of spirits in an unceasing cacophony. I can't even imagine. How much suffering inflicted to who knows how many souls. Not even the grafting caused anything like this to happen. You should keep your distance. I know you're strong, but please."
This implies that Roderica can hear the souls eaten by the Dung Eaters screaming out in agony, severed from the cycle of rebirth. This explains why the seedbed curse grows on the corpses of those he defiles, and why the curse itself seems to have horns reminiscent of the omen. Should we talk to the Dung Eater after we find our first seedbed curse, his dialogue changes.
No. Wait. You have felt the curse. I can smell it on you. The box, yet tender. Apparently my seedbed is ripe and waiting. 'Twas a brief respite, I must say. Go and unshackle my corporeal flesh, trapped in the sewer jail below the capital. I can kill you and defile your corpse. Then the pox will truly be your own.
By obtaining a seedbed curse, he may see us as a like-minded individual, someone who may embrace defilement. When we find his physical body in the sewers of Leyndell, he's screaming to let him out. He must eat more and defile more, everything that matters to us for generations to come. We can then tell him to leave his jail, and instead of thanking us, he continues.
Who are you? I've been here long enough. I will kill again, and defile each corpse with care. Just to be sure that when they're reborn, they'll be cursed, along with their children, and their children's children, for all time to come.
We can then travel to the outer moat of Leyndell to face him in battle, but there's an unwelcome surprise as well. The Dung Eater has defiled our friend, Big Boggart. Fortunately, it seems he's not dead yet, so Dung Eater has likely not finished cursing him by consuming his soul. Unfortunately, he does die in front of us, and we are forced to stave off the Dung Eater's attack. He wields the Sword of Milos, which is described as a sinister greatsword fashioned from a giant's backbone. Meets out wounds like a lopsided saw blade. Milos was undersized for a giant, and was viewed as sullied and terribly grotesque. Dung Eater likely feels a connection with his weapon much in the same way he does with the Omen, strength in deformity. We can defeat the Dung Eater to take the sword for ourselves, and this likely also keeps Boggart from being fully cursed, as his soul is never eaten. After his invasion, we can speak with the Dung Eater again.
There you are. You warded off my blessing, despite the curse stirring within you. No one has succeeded in that before. How? I thought. Then it hit me that you are, in fact, me. And I am the Dung Eater. It is my flesh that must receive the blessing. Give me your blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse, again and again, until it is done, until a cursed ring coalesces that may one day defile order itself. Countless I have killed, and countless I have defiled, and soon the fruits will be born. Hundreds will be reborn cursed, and they'll bear thousands of cursed children, who bear tens of thousands more. A few of those will be born just like me, and they'll kill and defile and bless in my stead. The rotten fools. My fate was the grandest, most brilliant of them all. My corporeal flesh lies in the sewer jail beneath the capital. Give it your blessing. Defile my flesh with the seedbed curse, until a cursed ring coalesces that may one day defile order itself.
Again, Dung Eater sees a form of kinship between us. Our tarnish can carry the seedbed curse without succumbing to it, which in his mind shows that he's found someone worthy of helping him complete his quest. He wants us to collect 5 seedbed curses and defile him with them, thus infusing his soul and all the souls within him with the curse and forming the mending rune of the fell curse. If we do as the Dung Eater said, he cries out in agony and anticipation.
A curse upon them all. They'll be born cursed, all of them, along with their children. And their children's children. For all time to come. Unleash it upon them! A cursed blessings to war!
We are then left with his mending rune. The rune itself is described as a loathsome rune gestated by the Dung Eater, used to restore the fractured Elden Ring when brandished by the Elden Lord. The reviled curse will last eternally, and the world's children, grandchildren, and every generation hence will be its pustules. If order is defiled entirely, defilement is defilement no more, and for every curse, a cursed blessing. So by using this rune, we then return all of the souls eaten by the Dung Eater to the Erdtree. However, when they are reborn, they will come back as omen, disconnected from the tree. If the cycle of defilement persists and Dung Eater's prophecy of others like himself comes true, then eventually, all of the land will be defiled, and the omen will be all that is left. Interestingly, this means that eventually, given enough time and generations, the Erdtree itself will wither and die, unable to feed on the souls of omens. The branches will wither to nothing, breaking the Greater Will's hold on the lands between. The Dung Eater's ultimate goal is interesting because it would essentially reset the mindset of those living in the lands between. The blessing of being born an omen, which then became a curse in the eyes of the Golden Order, would then become the norm. This begs the question, if everyone is born an omen, is being an omen truly a curse, or just the next progression of life in the lands between? While the outcome of his plans may be understandable, even preferable to some players who wish to see the persecution of the omens come to an end, the means by which the Dung Eater pursues his goals are vile, brutal, loathsome, and evil. He spreads his curse across the lands between, even in areas he should not be able to reach, such as the brace of the Halig Tree, and he leaves pain and suffering in his wake. While removing the Greater Will and stopping the persecution of those with ties to the primordial crucible may lead to a better future, the defilement with which he tries to achieve his goals speaks to the inherent madness and evil lurking within the Dung Eater. Does he truly care about the omen, or does he simply want to spread his curse to as many as possible? That is for you to decide, as future Elden Lord. Thank you for joining us for our dissection of the loathsome Dung Eater, and throughout the month of October while we focused on spooky lore across the lands between. Leave a comment letting us know what you thought of the Dung Eater's plan. Did you side with him, or did you fight back against the defilement? Join us again as we explore the lands between and dive into the lore of its inhabitants. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.
Typically, we like to dive into topics for our Elden Lore series that have enough in-game writing to support their own video. On occasion, we've dabbled in taking on multiple topics at once, but ideally, we want to tell cohesive stories to bring you the most accurate history possible for the denizens of the lands between.
Lately, our commenters have been asking us to tackle some topics with very little written history behind them, but we wanted to face this challenge head on and bring you the most accurate story we could for these topics with what little we can glean from items and enemy locations. For this particular request, we found that the enemy in question was deeply tied to another character we previously discussed in our short series, The Tarnished Files. Today, we're going to give you our best theory on the history of the Abductor Virgins, what they are, their purpose, and their ties to Inquisitor Giza, Rykard's personal torturer, and maybe even the sick mind behind these terrifying enemies. The Abductor Virgins are certainly an enigma. These huge machines roll toward us with large, pendulum blade arms or whirligig saws, relentlessly attacking until we're either dead or pulled into their lower half to be devoured by their insides. It's obvious to see how these were inspired by Iron Maidens both in name and appearance, acting as instruments of torture that people would be shoved inside of, but that's not all there is to these enemies. First, we want to discuss their name, which can seem like a misnomer if you're paying attention to the surface level details of their form. The Abductor portion of their name goes without saying. The lower half of these enemies will open its doors and drag you inside to torture and kill you, and one particular variant at the bottom of Raya Lucaria Academy will literally abduct you, transporting you to Volcano Manor. The second half of the name, Virgin, is where the design can be misleading. By looking at the top half of the Abductor Virgin's body, we can see a woman's face and arms cradling a baby. Your first thought may be that the imagery of a young woman holding a newborn portrays anything but virginity. But if we remember that one of their main purposes is to abduct others and bring them to the Volcano Manor, we can reasonably assume the baby in their arms is actually a symbol of their purpose, to steal others away, rather than a symbol of motherhood. There may also be a more literal interpretation to the term virgin as well. It would be easy to assume that these enemies are automatons and not living creatures, but that notion can be thrown out the window upon further inspection. When an Abductor Virgin opens the doors attached to the lower half of its body in order to grab you, we can clearly see a red blood mist inside, as well as flayed skin seemingly pinned to the inside of the doors. On top of this, the tentacles that reach out to grab you and drag your tarnished inside are not tentacles at all, but long black snakes. With this in mind, we think it's fair to assume that at least some part of these enemies is still physically alive, and may have even been a human at some point. Take this a step further, and perhaps the title of Virgin comes from those deemed appropriate to create these monstrosities. If humans were used in the creation of these mobile torture devices, it's possible the only suitable vessel in the eyes of their creator was a virgin. So we now have an understanding as to where the name comes from, but who's responsible for the creation of these horrific half-living, half-mechanical beings? They're only found in areas associated with the Carian royal family, but the use of snakes inside the virgins themselves makes it clear that they originate from Rykard of the Volcano Manor. We believe this can be taken a step further, and not only tied back to Rykard, but specifically his Inquisitor and Master of Torture, Giza. In the past, I joked that Giza only exists in Elden Ring in order to give us access to the whirligig saw from Bloodborne, and I stand by that statement. But it just so happens, this invading spirit, who only shows up once, is integral to understanding the history of torture the Volcano Manor performed amongst those it captured. The most obvious connection between Giza and the Abductor Virgins is his weapon, Giza's Wheel. The item description even lays out this connection for us. Great iron wheel, lined with flesh-flaying blades, device of torture used by Inquisitor Giza. As the wheel spins, it causes severe pain and blood loss. The design was adopted for use as the iconic weapon wielded by Iron Virgins. We think it's fair to assume that it was Giza himself who decided his personal weapon of torture would be used as arms for the Abductor Virgins.
But when facing the Abductor Virgin boss fight in the subterranean Inquisition chamber, we earn another weapon tied to Giza, the Inquisitor's Girandol. This weapon is an instrument of torture used on nobles behind the curtain at the Volcano Manor of Mount Gelmir. Its numerous spikes pierce the flesh, then singe the wounds with flame. The smell of burnt blood induces despair in the victim, a candlestick conceived by a thorough mind. As it is named for an Inquisitor, and the only Inquisitor we're aware of at the Volcano Manor is Giza, it's another fair assumption to say that this was one of his instruments of torture, and our only means of attaining it is defeating Giza's creations within his own torture chamber. We believe this is more than enough environmental evidence to tie Giza to the creation of these enemies, and given what we know of the Volcano Manor's penchant for both torture and experimentation, this comes together well. Giza wears the official's attire, which is described as a grubby blue robe worn by magisterial officials to carry out their grim tasks. Surveillance, executions, gruesome rituals, the darkest duties drive the wheels of mankind. What this tells us is that Giza likely led the seedier side of the manor while Tanith upheld the front as leader of the recusants. This means it was likely Giza who performed horrific rituals and experiments on the Albinaurics we find within the Volcano Manor village. These beings are left with horrible, pulsing pustules for heads, and are better put out of their misery when we encounter them. But how exactly did the Volcano Manor come across these test subjects? The lizard men are never seen outside the walls of Reikard's village, and the recusants do not take prisoners. The only answer left to us is the Abductor Virgins. These enemies were created by Giza at the behest of Lord Reikard in order to steal test subjects from the outside world. With this context in mind, the areas in which we find them start to make a whole lot of sense. Abductor Virgins are only found in areas associated with the Carian royal family: Caria Manor, Rea Lucaria Academy, Redmane Castle, Mount Gelmir, and Volcano Manor. Caria Manor was once home to many Albinaurics, making it the perfect place to gather test subjects from this man-made race. Rea Lucaria is the home to sorcerers, another group that would likely make for good experimentation. And finally, Redmane Castle is where the strongest went to improve themselves. If you were looking for a sturdy warrior to submit to torturous rituals, this would be the place to steal them from. Reikard could have the Abductor Virgins placed strategically within these areas associated with his family, under the guise of protection to keep his brother, sister, and mother safe, when really, he wanted to siphon off their forces to his own nefarious ends. We even have precedents for this line of thinking, if you accept the theory that the Fingercreepers are tied to Reikard, and he placed them in Caria Manor as well to block any invader's path to Rani. Ultimately, the purpose of the Abductor Virgins is to cut, rip, and torture their opponents before bringing them back to Volcano Manor, so that Giza may use them for his twisted rituals and experiments, all in the name of Lord Reikard. While it's hard to truly confirm any of this theory as 100% true, we believe the contextual evidence left behind in the lands between helps us make a solid case for this interpretation of their story. While facing one of these enemies is typically a frustrating endeavor, let's try not to forget that while their purpose may be to torture their victims, they themselves are likely victims, living with the eternal torment of being turned into these monstrosities. After all, true death does not exist in the lands between, meaning if people really were used in the creation of the Abductor Virgins, some small piece of them lives on within that festering body, probably living in eternal torment, exactly as Giza intended. Thank you for joining us for this episode of Elden Lore. Where do you think the Abductor Virgins came from? Do you have any theories that contradict ours? Just how closely do you believe Inquisitor Giza is tied to these torture machines? Why is the Virgin at the bottom of Rea Lucaria Academy the only one that can transport us to Volcano Manor? We look forward to reading all of your thoughts and reactions in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. This episode has been a long time coming. In the past 6 months or so, there's been an enemy various commenters have asked us to tackle, but I've never felt confident there was enough information to craft a solid theory around their origins. They drop no items that discuss them directly, and are only mentioned in 2 item descriptions throughout the whole of Elden Ring. These gnarled masses of flesh and limbs strike a horrifying visage that is sure to unsettle any player. And if their body doesn't, their shriek will. Today, we're going to explore the Royal Revenants, as well as the Wraithcallers and their possible connection to the Erdtree itself. More so than any video we've created before, I want to stress that this is a theory, and I ask that we stay respectful to each other in the comments section. There are really only a handful of concrete facts about these enemies, so what we're really doing here is crafting the most likely origin story we can, with the little information we have. The Revenants are horrifying. Their bodies are a twisted mess and they chase you relentlessly. These enemies wear a crown upon their head, which is one of the only signs we have that their name, the Royal Revenant, is accurate, and they may have once been some form of nobility in life. This assertion can be bolstered by one of the only items in the game that mentions the Revenants, the Wraithcaller Bell. The bell tells us it is a bell used by worshippers of the Revenants. Wraiths are said to be the vengeful spirits of those who died when cursed. There are those in the lands between that worship the Revenants, likely due to their royal lineage, the ones who carry these bells, the Wraithcallers. The title of Revenant tells us these creatures were once living, but are now reduced to this undead state. It would be easy to assume that these creatures are simply another form of those who live in death, but we believe there's more to it than that. Both the Royal Revenants and the Wraithcallers are cursed. We learn this from a note we can purchase from the isolated merchant in Rea Lucaria. Notes sold by a nomadic merchant imparting knowledge in brief. The crawling Royal Revenants and their followers are all cursed. Healing powers will harm rather than mend. Unlike those who live in death, these enemies can be harmed by healing spells, implying that their curse is different from the other undead we can encounter on our journey. If this is true, it means the curse placed upon the Royal Revenants and their followers is wholly unique in the lands between, and it is with this understanding that we can start to extrapolate the possible background of these enemies. Before we get too in the weeds though, we need to look at their anatomy for additional context. The best breakdown of the anatomy of these creatures comes from Zully the Witch, who went through and removed the frayed and tearing cloth these monstrosities are clad in, revealing the gnarled body beneath. We can see all of the limbs sprouting from their undead bodies, including one set of legs that make it look as if the Royal Revenant is actually laying on its back as it scuttles towards us. From here, there are multiple torsos springing from the original torso attached to the legs, each sprouting its own elongated arms all the way up to their head, which, if the direction of their legs implies where their mutation started, means their heads are turned a full 180 degrees from where they should be. When looking at the underside of these enemies, you can see their longest torso is actually hollow, which means whatever cursed brought them back from the dead is what fuels them now, as they have no internal organs to speak of. As Zully mentions in their video, the arms springing from the various torsos of this enemy evoke tree imagery, which we can find in many areas of interest throughout Elden Ring. If we consider their body's original torso and legs as the base, the rest of their undead form likely grew just as a tree, sprouting off from its original trunk, which would explain why the body that encompasses most of their form is hollow. The new torsos and arms are simply an offshoot, branches breaking free from their original base. This also explains their eyeless, slack-jawed faces, as they no longer contain any of the life they once had before they were cursed. Interestingly, these enemies are also portrayed as bursting from below the earth, just as a tree sprouts from the underground, another aspect of them that evokes tree imagery. While some in the community believe that their various arms and body parts may be related to grafting, we think this is highly unlikely due to the consistency between their various limbs. They all share the same sickly color and features, and when looking at the revenants without their cloth covering, you can see in detail how the various torsos seem to grow from each other, not be placed on the body from some other person or form. It's also worth mentioning these enemies are known as the horribleness grub within the game's code, but we believe this is not an indication as to what the Revenants are in the final game, and may have been a title given to them in an early build, where the intention behind these enemies may have been different. As they stand now, nothing about their imagery indicates that they would metamorphosize into something new. If anything, the large open cavity underneath them would imply that they were some sort of cocoon. Now that we have as much context as can possibly be built around these enemies, we can present our theory. We believe the Revenants are much older than anyone would expect. Clearly, Marika's rule was not agreed upon by all when she first took over the Lands Between. We know that Godfrey fought to consolidate the power of the Golden Order and bring the entirety of the land under Queen Marika's rule. During her rule, there were likely many dissenters, nobles who did not want to give up their right to any land they owned, and refused to bend the knee to Queen Marika the Eternal. What if these nobles and their subjects, instead of being killed and returned to the Erdtree, were cursed for their defiance? This curse would twist their flesh and have their bodies grow, much like the tree they refused to fall in line behind. Before we face the Royal Revenant boss in the King's Realm ruins, we can speak with a spirit that says, "Ah, Iji, forgive me. These royal grounds were placed in our trust, but we stood no chance." And upon defeating it, we can open a chest containing the frozen needle, a weapon forged by Iji. To us, this implies the specific Revenant we fight in this location may have once been a member of the Carian royal family, before the time of Radagon and Renala's union. We can also face Revenants in some areas where nobility would have likely lived or visited, such as the Lunar Estate ruins and the Shaded Castle. We believe the Revenants, nobility all, are what's left of those who challenged the power of the Golden Order and were cursed, not only to be cut off from the Erdtree through becoming undead, but to have their bodies mimic the tree itself, by growing and branching off, leaving them in eternal agony and torment. We think the final nail in this coffin is the fact that healing magic can actually harm the Revenants. Unlike those who live in death, the curse placed on these undead would come from the power of Queen Marika herself, making any healing incantations related to the two fingers of the Erdtree burn to the touch, as the power of the Erdtree has already caused them unbearable pain. This theory doesn't account for every area where we can face the Revenants, but we think it's fair to say that nobility may have traveled to any of these locations for one reason or another, even Elphael, Brace of the Haligtree. In fact, it's possible the Revenants who made it to the Haligtree may have been seeking a way to break their curse before it took them completely, and they believed Mikola was their best option. Regardless of the reasons we may find the Revenants where we do, we can also look towards their item drops for additional context on this theory, even if they don't mention the Revenants specifically. They can drop sacrificial twigs and ghost glovewort, more tree imagery in the case of the sacrificial twig, and a hint that they are drawn to glovewort just as spirits are, which makes sense with their undead nature. While we cannot say with certainty that our theory is correct, we believe it's the best explanation possible for these cursed souls, with the little we can learn about them during our time traveling the Lands Between. Where do you think the Royal Revenants come from? What is their connection to the Erdtree, if any? Why do their bodies sprout additional torsos and limbs? What gives them the power to escape below the ground and sprout up to attack us? What nobility did they belong to in life, and where do you think their curse originates? We can't wait to read your thoughts in the comments section, as we think your takes on these enemies will open up even more avenues of exploration. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.
It would be wrong to say that life thrives in the lands between. It once did, during a time of abundance we as players will never get to experience. It would be more accurate to say that within the lands between, life persists. There are so many we see in passing throughout our journey who are emaciated, shambling sacks of flesh and bone that should have died long ago, but cannot find rest due to the removal of the rune of death. Even those who are defeated, cut down in battle, don't truly die, but are recycled through the Erdtree to live again in a never-ending cycle, which is only broken by the imperfections of the primordial crucible, slipping its way into a rebirth and creating an omen. Even those given the respect of an Erdtree burial are not truly laid to rest, as their ashes can be summoned back to life to serve a master, perpetuating this concept of undeath and servitude to whoever holds the essence of life within their hands. It's important to contextualize this land of undeath before diving into today's topic, because there is little to no information defining their history, but they serve as another example of the twisting of life and death by those who inhabit the lands between. Today, we are discussing the Claymen. These unassuming underground denizens may be tied to the oldest history of the land, a history that has been lost, making them among the most mysterious enemies we faced. The Claymen are only found underground in the Siofra and Ainsel rivers. There are a few different variants we can encounter, some carrying spears, others with daggers, and still more that cast magic without a catalyst. South of the Ul Palace ruins, we can find the ashes of 2 Claymen, which gives us the best in-game explanation of who these people were. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirits of 2 Claymen. Bowed with age, these spirits are sluggish but hard to stagger. The warped remains of priests who searched for revelation in service of the ancient dynasty. They employ 2 sorceries that produce smaller and larger bubbles. This description gives us a lot to explore, so we'll start with the fact that they are warped remains. The Claymen are not truly living beings. They were once priests, but now they're nothing but animated clay, brought to life through some form of magic we cannot know, as it belonged to their ancient dynasty. We can see after defeating a Clayman that their bodies do not simply fall to the ground. They become a puddle of clay, their form completely undone by our attacks. So these creatures are the reanimated remains of priests, but what's more interesting is their use of bubble sorcery. We can even find these sorceries for ourselves. The Oracle Bubbles and Great Oracular Bubble share the same descriptions. Sorcery of the Claymen who served as priests in the ancient dynasty. Produces a magical bubble that drifts towards foes before they naturally pop. Charging increases the delay before the bubbles pop. The Claymen search for lost oracles within their bubbles. First, we want to clarify our interpretation of their search for oracles. Oracles were people who could see the future or sought prophecy, but we believe the word oracles is being used differently here. A more archaic definition of this word is a response or message given by an oracle, typically one that is ambiguous or obscure. This would mean that the Claymen themselves were once oracles searching for prophecy or simply the future. Second, the concept of oracles and their relation to bubbles seems familiar. The oracle envoys utilize horns whose ashes of war produce golden bubbles from the instruments themselves. The envoys, who herald the coming of a new age, prophesying it, also utilize bubble magic. Perhaps before the Claymen were made into the abominations they now are, their roles as priests were much like that of the Oracle Envoys. They may have served the purpose of deciphering the future of their ancient dynasty, looking for their new leaders, or determining the best course of action based on the future they could see. This could explain why there are so many Claymen, so many priests. If an oracle was found that laid out the end of their civilization, perhaps the people of their dynasty were conscripted, made priests, and forced to study the bubbles, desperately looking for a way to preserve their way of life. Of course, if all that remains of them are the Claymen, clearly they did not succeed. When it comes to the ancient dynasty that the Claymen were a part of, there is no clear answer. We find the ruins of the Ul Palace deep below the ground, where most of these enemies gather, and much of the architecture within can be found above ground as well. Tarnished Archaeologist has an amazing video on what this dynasty could have been, so take a minute to open that link above and keep it in your back pocket for once this video is over. The most apparent piece of architecture we can link between the Ul Palace ruins and the land above is the statue of a bearded man with long skinny arms holding a stone tablet. This statue can also be found throughout the Mohgwyn dynasty, showing us how Mohg is building his legacy on the bones of those who came before. If we look at the long limbs of the Claymen, we can reasonably assume they were once of the same race as this revered figure, though who they were is a mystery that may be lost to the ages. There is one weapon that can drop from the Claymen that we believe hints at what ended their ancient dynasty. The Clayman's harpoon is a harpoon with a tip made of a sharpened meteorite shard, wielded by the Claymen who infest dynastic remains. The blade emits a faint light and deals magic damage. The first place your mind may want to go when hearing that they wield a meteorite shard would be that of Astel and the gravity magics of the Alabaster Lords. After all, they are described as stone-skinned, not unlike clay, and they came from the meteors which fell into the lands between, carrying Astel and others like her. However, the magic seen on the tips of these harpoons is not purple, it's white. If these meteorites carry magic, and they're not the same kind of magic we've seen carried by meteorites in the past, then the ancient dynasty likely predates even the arrival of Astel and the gravity magics of the stars. Perhaps this race and their dynasty was wiped out long ago by a different meteorite, one now buried so deeply underground that the only remains of it exist in the spears of these undead priests. Of course, this lighter color is also reminiscent of certain kinds of glintstone, but not closely enough that we'd feel comfortable drawing any theories here. Even with the lines we've drawn, the Claymen are still shrouded in mystery. What was their ancient dynasty? Who or what did they worship? Is their use of clay to create a form of undeath representative of their connection to the land? These are all questions with no concrete answers. We wish there were more to say here, as this is only a glimpse into the forgotten history of the lands between. Before the demigods, before the Golden Order, maybe even before the dragons, this ancient dynasty thrived enough that they created their own cycle of death and rebirth, and even learned to use the power of sorcery and bubbles to discern the future. We believe they knew their end was coming, so perhaps the traces of them we can find above ground indicate a different fate. Maybe they aren't gone from the world, and have simply found a way to integrate themselves into the lands between as we know it now. Without more information, we can never truly know. Thank you for joining us for today's episode of Elden Lore. What do you think the lore implications of the Claymen's presence are? Did these former priests allow themselves to be made into clay abominations in an attempt to save their society? Or is the statue of the elongated man that of a king who forced this change upon his subjects to save his dying throne? There are no wrong answers since we can't confirm the truth, so please speculate wildly in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.
I think it's important to start this video with a disclaimer. This topic has been heavily requested by our audience over the course of the channel. I never tackled this before because I feel I have shockingly little to add to the discourse of the lore, and larger creators than myself have already given us thorough breakdowns on the various theories associated with Elden Ring's beasts from beyond the stars. That said, I do have my own thoughts on why we encounter these enemies in the places we do, and why they each exist in their current forms, as well as an idea on a connection between one of them and a demigod. Today we will be discussing the Fallingstar beasts, the malformed stars, Astel, stars of darkness, and Astel, natural born of the void. Creatures born in darkness, far beyond the lands between, and called down to this world through the folly of those who lost their sky to their power. When it comes to the nature of these enemies, we think the best place to start is with their life cycle. Between Zuli the Witch's breakdown of their similarities and a tweet from lore enthusiast Sin, we can easily compare them to real-life antlions. The Fallingstar beast is the first stage of their life, with the full-grown Fallingstar beast essentially being ready to become a new Astel. However, the malformed star is a kind of in-between stage, wherein the full-grown Fallingstar beast, covered in its rock cocoon, needs to emerge into its new body, making it take on a much more dragonfly-like appearance. From here, the malformed star should become a fully realized Astel. If we look at Astel's design, we also see its body is made up of these orbs that are of various sizes, perhaps eggs for new Fallingstar beasts to be born and further proliferate their species. With this in mind, we can see how the Fallingstar beast is simply a larval form of a much more dangerous creature, and Astel is not as unique as we may have once thought. The next area we think is worth exploring here is the reason these creatures are in the lands between at all. Some believe that they were intentionally summoned by the Nox in order to have their own form of Elden Beast that would help them take back the land above and end their eternal exile. But we err more on the side of these creatures being summoned as a mistake. On a corpse inside of the Swamp Lookout Tower in Caelid, we can find the night sorcery, Eternal Darkness. This sorcery has been forbidden by Celia, but the question is, why? It serves a practical purpose, drawing in sorceries and incantations, so why prevent their sorcerers from utilizing this skill? We believe it is due to the implications found in its flavor text. Originally a lost sorcery of the Eternal City, the despair that brought about its ruin made manifest. There is only one Eternal City that has been brought to ruin, and that is the Nameless City, where we find the living corpse of Godwyn the Golden. We believe the implication may be that this spell is responsible for the ruin of the city, and we need only look up to know what befell it. Unlike Noxtella and Nokrin, the nameless Eternal City in the Deeproot Depths does not have a false sky above it, simply a yellow, foggy space that stretches on as far as we can see. We know the sorcery, Meteor of Astel, is a manifestation of the power with which Astel leveled the Eternal City, and the Wing of Astel tells us it was crafted from a relic of the natural born of the Void, who is said to have assailed the Eternal City. Astel is certainly the tragedy that befell the city, but the remembrance of the natural born takes this a step further, telling us Astel was a malformed star born in the flightless void far away, once destroyed an eternal city and took away their sky, a falling star of ill omen. It just so happens if we look at the sky in the area where we face Astel, it looks a whole lot like the fake skies of Noxtella and Nokrin, meaning Astel literally stole the Nameless City's sky. So there can be no doubt that Astel is the reason the city is now nameless, and if the Eternal Darkness spell hailed from this Eternal City, perhaps the spell itself was like a beacon, summoning those from beyond the stars, and this is the reason it is now forbidden. Let's take this line of thinking a bit further into the realm of speculation, because as we know, Astel, natural born of the Void, is not the only Astel we face. Deep in the Yalu Annex Tunnel, we can find Astel, Stars of Darkness, an enemy that confused many of us in the early days of Elden Ring lore exploration. Now, with a better understanding of the life cycle of the Fallingstar beasts, we can safely assume that this Astel was trapped here in order to keep it from wreaking havoc on the lands between. But what's most interesting is that the enemies we encounter who are likely keeping Astel locked away here are Alabaster and Onyx Lords. As we all know by now, Radahn studied gravity magic under these extraterrestrial beings, and even engraved his own weapon with the gravity crest. It is extremely likely that upon learning that Astel and its kind were brought down from the stars, Radahn then decided to hold them back so they could not upset the status quo and harm the Golden Order. If he were then to realize that the use of the Eternal Darkness sorcery acted as a beacon for these creatures, calling them from across the void, it stands to reason he would have Celia outlaw the use of this sorcery altogether. In this way, Radahn would ensure that no other Fallingstar beasts could make their way to the lands between. Lastly, we wanted to discuss why we think there are only 2 Astels that we can find throughout our journey, as well as only 1 full-grown Fallingstar beast. We believe that these creatures cannot progress their life cycle once they have left the void. Astel is called a malformed star born in the flightless void far away, so it's likely that these creatures were never meant to exist at all. They are the byproduct of an evolution within the void. When removed from the void, it seems like they cannot continue their life cycle and reach their true potential. We come across various Fallingstar beasts, and given how stagnant the lands between has become, and the fact that Radahn is holding back the stars, it seems likely they've been there for quite a while. And in all this time, only the fully grown beast shows signs of sprouting the signature Astel skull. The same could be said for the malformed stars found underground. Gray in color, with none of the blues, purples, and iridescent shine of an Astel. If an Astel cannot progress through its life cycle naturally, outside of the void, this would explain why each of these creatures seem to be stuck in their current form of existence, when they are all clearly the same beast at different parts of its development. There is so much more to be said and so many more theories to dissect about Astel, and you can find magnificent breakdowns of these ideas from creators like Smotown and V-Limit. As we said at the beginning of this video, these beasts have been thoroughly explored, and we hope that the small contributions we may have made in this video, such as our theory on the stagnation of their life cycle, or how eternal darkness came to be forbidden, can help to further flesh out this story. With that said, what do you think this species truly is? Were they summoned accidentally by the Nox, or is their presence in the lands between intentional? Was Radahn holding back the stars specifically to keep them away from the land he hoped to one day rule? How does the Age of Stars play into the existence of these creatures? And what does Ranni hope to find exploring the cosmos they call their home? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Sometimes, we explore enemies with very little written lore associated with them. In these cases, we tend to delve deeper into the well of speculation than we typically like to. However, if we believe the theories we're crafting come from a place of sound, logical analysis of what the game does provide to us, we're much more confident in sharing these ideas as possible lore. When it comes to today's topic, we can confidently say that not a single item in Elden Ring makes mention of its existence, but through its name and context clues in the creature's design and the places we can encounter them, we believe there's a story to tell and an origin to unravel. Today, we will be discussing the Ulcerated tree spirits, where they come from, why we fight them where we do, the meaning of their name, and the reason for their grotesque form. The Ulcerated tree spirits are disgusting creatures typically found below or around minor Erdtrees. These enemies have a fish-like appearance, similar to that of the Elden Beast, only they seem to have a body covered in bark, branches, and exposed cancerous flesh. Their massive gaping jaws snap at you, trying to eat your tarnished, but their mouths are also used to shower us with golden fire. Their massive size and horrifying screeches upon facing them are enough to unsettle anyone during their first encounter with one of these monstrosities. But the oddest thing about them is that upon their defeat, we never receive any items explaining what they are. We believe that their resemblance to the Elden Beast is one of the best clues as to their origins. These enemies are called tree spirits, and we know that the Elden Beast resides within the Elden Ring, the source of the Erdtree, which Radagon and Marika are trapped within. If all of the minor Erdtrees are born from the seeds of the original Erdtree, that would mean each carries a piece of the Elden Beast within it, as its spirit. Simply put, the Erdtrees are connected to the Elden Ring. The Elden Ring is connected to the Elden Beast, so therefore, the Elden Beast is connected to all of the Erdtrees. This means within every minor Erdtree resides a tree spirit, or an embodiment of the Elden Ring, possibly a piece of the Elden Beast itself. Often we fight the ulcerated tree spirits at the roots of a minor Erdtree, such as below the Giant's Mountaintop Catacombs or the Fringefolk Hero's Grave. On another occasion, we face one of these beasts at the base of the minor Erdtree in Mount Gelmir. One thing that can be said for sure is that these creatures find their origins at the base of an Erdtree, but what causes them to become ulcerated? An ulcer is caused by an imbalance between the digestive juices produced by the stomach and the various factors that protect its lining. If we consider that the Erdtree feeds off of the cycle of death and rebirth within the lands between, this means that an ulcerated tree spirit could be created by external factors that have interrupted this process. When we delve deep within the dungeons, we find ourselves at the roots of various Erdtrees spread across the lands. Often when we defeat the enemies there, we are presented with the spirit ashes of those who received an Erdtree burial, implying that they were buried at these roots to be fed back to the Erdtree. As we know, far below the surface of the lands between, the corpse of Godwyn the Golden strangles the roots of the Erdtree and spreads its own root system across the land. If the process of feeding these Erdtrees the souls of those buried at their roots is interrupted by the influence of Godwyn's corpse, this could cause a disruption capable of creating an ulcerated tree spirit. The spirit of the minor Erdtree is strangled by death itself, incapable of properly processing the souls it's being fed, leading to lesions, exposed flesh, and growths protruding from its physical form. Of course, this only accounts for ulcerated tree spirits found near the minor Erdtrees. We also see one below Stormveil Castle, as well as in the capital outskirts and within Lanedell. We believe these spirits are easily explained by their locations. The corpse of Godwyn the Golden is found very close to the royal capital, strangling the roots of the original Erdtree. So in this case, it would make sense that ulcerated tree spirits would be found above ground in and around the capital. This also explains why we'd find 3 of these creatures in the Ashen capital, as after the city falls, it'd be much easier for them to claw their way to the surface. The spirit found below Stormveil Castle is a bit more confusing, but we believe this can also be explained. We all know that you can find one of the many faces growing off of Godwyn the Golden's corpse below Stormveil, showing how far this influence has spread, and an ulcerated tree spirit guards the way to this discovery. We believe in this case, the creature was drawn to the origin of its disease and found itself trapped below the castle. There is another variant of these enemies that can be found in areas affected by scarlet rot, known as the putrid tree spirit. Visually, these enemies are the same as the ulcerated tree spirits, with one important difference. Their fire breath is a pinkish red, the hue of scarlet rot. These variants can only be found in 3 different places across the lands between: the War-Dead Catacombs, the Grand Cloister, and Elfheil, Brace of the Halig Tree. While a tree spirit being present at the War Dead catacombs makes sense, as we can find tree roots associated with that dungeon, the other two locations are trickier. Perhaps the Grand Cloister once housed the roots of an Erdtree, but the Scarlet Rot Flow ate away at its roots, leaving its spirit to adapt and live below the rotten waters. For Elphael, we know that the Haligtree was supposed to essentially become Miquella's new Erdtree to replace the Golden Order. Perhaps without Miquella's influence, the rot overflowing from Melania caused this putrid tree spirit to be born, making it the only one not associated with an Erdtree, but rather the Haligtree itself. The influence of the rot opens up a deeper level to what causes these tree spirits to become malformed. If the Scarlet Rot also has the potential to warp a tree spirit from its intended form, that would mean the rot also interrupts the flow of life and death within Erdtrees. If we consider this possibility, it means the rebirth cycle of the Lands Between can be interrupted by other outer gods. This means if the influence of another outer god were to truly take hold in the Lands Between, the Elden Beast itself could someday become ulcerated or putrid, a shell of its former self. That is, of course, if we don't slay it first. One last note to make is based around the physical appearance of the ulcerated tree spirits and their likeness to the Erdtree avatars. When we look at the avatars, we can see their skin has the same bark-like appearance as that of the tree spirits, implying a deeper connection between them. An avatar is a manifestation of a deity or released soul in bodily form on Earth. So perhaps the Erdtree avatars and the tree spirits are cut from the same cloth. Maybe those spirits that did not become ulcerated or succumb to the rot instead formed themselves into the Erdtree avatars, releasing themselves from their roots and becoming defenders of their minor Erdtrees. This is heavy speculation on our part, but we believe it's plausible, as we don't find an Erdtree avatar defending any of the minor Erdtrees where ulcerated tree spirits are found at the roots. The ulcerated tree spirits are horrific creatures, and many in the community believe they were overused throughout Elden Ring. However, if they truly are the mangled spirits of minor Erdtrees, it makes perfect sense we'd find so many of them across the land. We believe that our explanation of their background lends more credence to why so many exist, and why we have to take them down to receive golden seeds. But what do you think? Were there too many ulcerated tree spirits in the game? Do you agree with our theory on their origins? Is there a connection between these spirits and the Erdtree avatars? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss an episode in this series. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Sometimes, when exploring the Lands Between, we come across breathtaking sights. We can look down at the land surrounding Lanedell from the Erdtree Gazing Hill, look upon the majesty of Stormveil Castle, and even stand at the foot of the radiant Erdtree itself. However, most of the time we're exploring the land on horseback or diving into catacombs. Once we do end up in these underground areas, we can face some harrowing experiences, such as fighting Crucible Knight Ordovis and one of his knights, doing battle with a cemetery shade, or coming face to face with an ulcerated tree spirit. And then there's these guys, the gang squad themselves, the Imps. What are these little creatures that defend the catacombs we explore, striking from the shadows at every opportunity and ruining our day by swarming when we least expect it? Today, we're going to take a look at the Imps and do our best to explain the little lore surrounding them. The Imps are annoying. These creatures reside within catacombs and have a penchant for jumping from where you'd least expect them and overwhelming you before you can react to their assault. They wield forked weapons such as hatchets and greatswords, specifically designed to bleed us dry, giving us precious little time to react to their attacks. These weapons tell us very little about the imps themselves, simply stating they are oddly shaped or peculiar. The gently undulating forked blade is known as an imp's tongue and causes blood loss. Everything about these creatures seems meant to ward us away from ever coming in contact with them, which makes sense, as their only purpose is to defend the catacombs we find them in. This explains the wide variety of heads we can see on the various imps, depicting different horrible visages. All of these imp heads are described as a head covering made from the largely unaltered head of an impish golem, and each holds its own specific stat-boosting power. We have the cat, which holds trace amounts of feline intelligence, the wolf, which holds trace amounts of lupine endurance, the elder, which holds trace amounts of arcane knowledge, the fanged, resembling a fanged demon, which holds trace amounts of bestial strength, the long-tongued, resembling a long-tongued demon, which holds trace amounts of dexterity, and the corpse, resembling the visage of a corpse, which holds trace amounts of lingering faith. Each of these horrible heads offers a boon of some kind and serves a specific purpose, to scare you away from ever plundering the depths of the areas in which these imps reside. These creatures are clearly made from stone, and if we take a look at the Watchdog staff, it actually tells us a little about the imps. Large stone staff embedded with glintstone, wielded by Erdtree burial watchdogs who protect catacombs. The Watchdogs, battered and broken over their lengthy tenure, rule the catacombs and are even said to command the imps. So it would seem that the imps defend the catacombs under a structure that has the Watchdogs on top, acting as their commanders, sending them to the various areas they inhabit to hinder those that would come to plunder these sacred ruins, where the roots of the Erdtree can be found, and those that were worthy were brought for Erdtree burials. With the understanding that the imps are made of stone and are led by other, larger stone constructs, we can say with some certainty that these inorganic creatures did not occur naturally in the lands between, but were brought to life through some kind of magic. It would be easy to assume they have no will of their own, but the fanged imp ashes imply they do have some kind of higher cognition, telling us these spirits are well suited to causing a disturbance, moving nimbly like pests and hurling magic pots. The two imps seem fond of each other's company. If they were simply mindless automatons, we find it unlikely they would show any kind of camaraderie with each other. An interesting note about the imps is that they can be affected by the crystal darts. These throwable darts turn them against each other, which speaks to the possibility that whoever created the imps actually has some tie to the original creator of the Crystallians. When we say this, we don't mean that the imps, watchdogs, possibly even the larger golems of the lands between, and the Crystallians were all created by the same person. Rather, that the Crystallians shared the knowledge of creating a form of artificial life through stone with others. The spell Shattering Crystal tells us the Crystallians are inorganic beings, yet they live. They cleave close to the ideals of the primeval current, and as such, they are revered guests of the sorcerers. And Crystal Burst tells us it is a sorcery of the Crystal Cadre, a group of sorcerers who pursued the wisdom of stone, the secrets locked in the faint cognition of the Crystallians. If we consider the possibility that the Crystallians shared their knowledge with the Crystal Cadre, then we have a group that could be responsible for the creation of the imps and watchdogs. This idea can be bolstered by looking again at the watchdog's staff, which is embedded with glintstone, and their sword, which tells us, though decorated with the Watchman's eye, the pupil was taken by grave robbers and is now hollow, leaving this sword a mere lump of stone. We believe this pupil was once a piece of glintstone, more proof of the ties between the sorcerers of Rea Lucaria, who made up the Crystal Cadre, the Crystallians, and the imps. If the sorcerers of the Crystal Cadre facilitated the creation of the imps, this would mean that the catacombs had no protectors aside from the undead that sometimes roam their halls, until the marriage of Radagon to Queen Renala. It was not until this time that Queen Marika and the Academy of Rey Lucaria set aside their war against each other and became tentative allies under the rule of the Golden Order. Following this line of thinking, we know Radagon had a particular interest in keeping the secrets of the Golden Order hidden from the world, so it makes sense that he would have these imps commissioned by the only sorcerers in the Lands Between that may have knowledge of artificial constructs. However, there is one loose end to this theory and timeline: the imp statues found across the Lands Between that lock Everjails and create force fields to keep us out of areas those who sealed them wanted to protect. We believe the simple explanation here is that these imp statues simply came first. They were already being utilized across the land as a way to magically seal away threats to the Golden Order and the secrets they wanted hidden. Their design was simply repurposed so they could serve the same function in a different capacity. Thanks to the Crystal Cadre, these imp statues would not only work as magical jailers, but they would be given artificial life so they could defend the secrets of the Golden Order in a more physical and, frankly, annoying fashion. So what did you think of our exploration and theory on the origins of the imps? Do you believe that these stone constructs are somehow becoming more sentient over time? Were they given life by the Crystal Cadre at the behest of Radagon to defend the secrets of the Golden Order? Why were the imps given so many different variations of heads? Do you believe they have a different origin? And if so, what is it? We look forward to reading your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. It's no secret that wildlife thrives in the Lands Between. Many animals, both passive and aggressive, can be found on our journey. Some seem just like average everyday fauna, but others have been distorted by this land without death, just as its more human inhabitants have. For whatever reason, the world of Elden Ring is home to giant, monstrous wildlife, and it doesn't take kindly to being disturbed. While the most famous of these giant animals is arguably the rune bears, there's enough information and speculation surrounding them to warrant their own video. So in order to give the spotlight to some of these other large terrors, we'll save them for another time. Today, we're going to explore the giant land octopuses, the giant ants, and the giant bats, digging into what we can learn about these horrifying creatures and how they fit into the ecosystem of the Lands Between. If you visit one of the beaches across the Lands Between, you've likely met a giant land octopus. These horrifying amalgamations of writhing tentacles seem to hide their actual bodies by wrapping themselves up in their own limbs. They attack our tarnished using the tentacles protruding from the front of their body, and if we get in close enough, they'll also bite at us with their sharp beak. Getting in close seems to be the only effective way of dealing with them, as their tough, rubbery exterior is resistant to all forms of damage, and if we'd like to slay one efficiently, we need to risk meeting them up close. These octopuses are one of the only instances of an animal in the Lands Between that can heal itself. Once we've damaged them enough, they'll eat one of their own tentacles in order to regain their health, and that limb will eventually grow back. While these creatures are terrifying, we can learn precious little about them. The octopus head tells us it is a land octopus whelp worn directly on the head, has a lingering warmth reminiscent of human skin. Those who can withstand the smell will find its organic elasticity excellent for negating attacks. If nothing else, we now know that these things smell terrible. The most interesting and horrific information we're presented with about the giant land octopus is learned upon obtaining an item, the land octopus ovary. This is a puffy, milky white ovary of a land octopus, and it tells us land octopuses eat humans in order to bear young, and theirs is the blood that runs through these ovaries. With this information in mind, we can assume all of the smaller land octopuses are male, while all of the giant variations are female. When looking at the giant land octopus, you can see their eggs growing from behind their tentacles. So if they're sustaining life, that means they must be the female of the species. We can see other examples of this with giant sea life in the lands between when looking at the giant crayfish, which can be found carting along fresh eggs under their tails. This creates a distinction between the male and female of both species. It seems as though in order for these creatures to live on and continue adding to their family tree, they must eat human beings. For whatever reason, the blood of other creatures won't do when it comes to the reproductive system of the giant land octopus. This means that every land octopus we face was at one point a human being, or at least they wouldn't exist without taking their nutrition from the blood of its mother's dinner of human flesh. Remember, when facing these creatures, stay vigilant. If you get too close or slip up, you may become its next meal and feed the next generation of land octopuses. The giant bats are a mystery in the lands between, as we have no way of knowing how or why your run-of-the-mill bat would grow so substantially in size and become so aggressive. But it's spooky season, so you're kidding yourself if you think I'm not going to talk about bats. These enemies can be encountered very early in our journey when traveling through Limgrave at night, and while they don't provide much of a challenge, they could overwhelm you in the early game if you're not careful, as they tend to come in groups of 3 or more. They attack with long sweeps of their claws, but are also capable of grabbing you and biting your throat, likely a call-out to vampire bats. They're also able to use a ranged sound-based attack to fight you from a distance, clearly an advanced form of echolocation that they've learned to weaponize. The most interesting thing about the giant bats is their relationship to another enemy in Elden Ring, the chanting winged dames. These creatures are reminiscent of harpies, but also share many of the characteristics of the giant bats. The big difference here is that the dames take on the appearance of an old human woman. They're encountered in a few different areas of the lands between, but are perhaps best known for their perches across the ruin-strewn precipice. In this area, we can hear them sing their somber song in Latin, which the community has actually translated into English. Alas, that land, once blessed, now has diminished. We, destined to be mothers, now become tarnished. We have lamented and we have shed tears, but no one consoles us. Golden One, at whom were you angry? There are some variations of these lyrics based on who's translating them, such as Reddit user The Flightless Penguin, stating the lyrics to be, "but now have become disfigured," instead of "now become tarnished," which may change the meaning a bit. The word tarnished seems too coincidental if that is the correct translation, and would imply that the dames are saying they have been tarnished, but I don't believe this would mean they are literal tarnished. In this case, the implication is certainly that they've been disfigured in some way, perhaps turned into these monstrosities by the Golden One, who at this point could have been a number of different characters, such as Marika, Radagon, Godwyn, or perhaps even the Elden Beast itself. It's not clear why the bats flock to these women. Perhaps they see them as a part of their race, maybe a female variation, but we believe the likely answer is that they simply enjoy their song of lament. Lastly, we wanted to talk about the giant ants found throughout the underground of the lands between. These creatures come in 4 different variations: worker ants, winged ants, shield-headed ants, and bloated ants. There are very few items associated with the ants, and they don't give any information on how they've grown to this enormous size. Formic rock is described as a rock formed from a solidified ant venom, highly acidic, found near the Ainsel River and other places where giant ants live. We can actually be attacked with this acid ourselves when fighting the giant ants, as they can spray it in our direction. Another item which calls out these enemies is the ant spur rapier, which is the spur of a giant ant which has been fashioned into a rapier. The blade drips with scarlet rot, Scarlet Rot is an old legend, of which Malay Moray of the Shaded Castle was a private believer. And indeed, he eventually found his own personal goddess. What's most puzzling about this weapon is it seems to associate ant spurs with Scarlet Rot, which makes little sense as the ants themselves are susceptible to rot. Lastly, we have the ant skull plate, which is a huge head of one of the giant ants which inhabit the 2 underground rivers, used without modification as a shield. Excels at repelling enemy attacks. Giant ants are venomous creatures, granting a boost to immunity when wielding the shield. Again, this specifies the ants are venomous, not rotten, so perhaps the ant spur rapier is simply dipped in rot by the Moray family, as the ants don't seem to have any association with the Scarlet Rot. The bloated ants drop what I believe to be the most interesting item we can gather from these enormous insects, a Newman's Rune. This rune is exceedingly rare, and its description tells us the Newmans are said to have come from outside the lands between, and are in fact of the same stock as Queen Marika herself. Many believe that the Nox are the descendants of the Newman, so if these queen ants have a Newman's Rune sitting in their egg sac, then perhaps these enemies can trace their lineage all the way back to when the Newman first arrived in the lands between, well before Queen Marika was ever even a player on the larger stage of the world. The last thing we wanted to discuss about these creatures is their relationship with the Nox. Knowing that the giant ants have roamed these underground tunnels at the same time the Newman reached the lands between, you would assume that they may have cultivated some kind of symbiotic relationship with their possible descendants, the Nox. After all, the Nox can be seen riding giant ants and will take them into battle against you. However, thanks to the tireless work of Zully the Witch, we know this relationship is actually much more contentious than it seems. The ants being ridden by the Nox are actually being controlled with some kind of magic. This can be seen when looking at their eyes, which have some kind of purple hue, signifying how they are not in control of their own actions. If you can manage to dismount the rider from their steed, the light will fade, and the giant ant will attack them viciously. It seems the ants cannot be tamed, and the Nox care little for the consent of their underground neighbors. These tunnels belong to the ants, and if you aren't careful, it's likely you'll never make your way out of these harrowing depths. Thank you for joining us for this look at some of the giant creatures of the lands between. Were there any other large beasts you wanted us to take a look at? Why did the giant land octopus crawl its way out of the ocean? Are they escaping something much more terrifying just below the surface? What caused the giant bats to grow to these ridiculous sizes? Just how old are the giant ants, and have they always been so massive? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Death is a constant companion when exploring the lands between. Time and again we find ourselves on the wrong end of a pointy weapon, crushed by enormous monsters, or falling to our end due to a poorly planned jump. While we become awfully familiar with death through our journey, the land itself rejects the idea of death, at least in any natural way. Without the rune of death, true death does not exist in the lands between. Age cannot cause one to expire, and we see many wandering nobles shambling through fields looking as if they themselves have already become cadavers. No, in this land, the only form of death is more like being recycled to feed the Erdtree and be born anew. However, there are remnants of what the world may have been like, long before the rune of death was removed from the Elden Ring. There exists a time well before the Golden Order when a different ritual was practiced for those who passed on. Long ago, the duty of ushering souls into the next life belonged to the Deathbirds and those that followed them, burning the bodies of their dead in ghost flame. Today, we will explore the history of the Deathbirds and their enduring presence in the lands between. Any conversation about the Deathbirds needs to start by tracing their history back as far as possible. They are strongly associated with Ghost Flame, as the sorcery Explosive Ghost Flame mentions them by name. Sorcery of the Servants of Death. Strike the ground with the staff, triggering an explosion of ghost flame that burns the surrounding area. In the time where there was no Erdtree, death was burned in ghost flame. Deathbirds were the keepers of that fire. This outlines for us that ghost flame, and by extension the Deathbirds, existed long before the Erdtree came to prominence, and the use of this flame in burial rituals was the norm. Ancient Death Rancor can add even more context here. Sorcery of the Servants of Death summons a horde of vengeful spirits that chase down foes. They are cinders of the ancient Death Hex, raked from the fires of ghost flame by Deathbirds. Indeed, this concept of the dead being burned in ghost flame and raked by the Deathbirds can be seen in many places, and their weapon itself is known as Death's Poker. Barbed rod carried by Deathbirds, the birds are graveyard firekeepers. It is said they rake out the ashen remains of the dead from their kilns. It is clear from these descriptions that the Deathbirds served an essential purpose: to protect the fires of the ghost flame and act as stewards to those who needed to have their dead burned and ushered into the next life, whatever form that may take. Now that we have a clear idea of their purpose in times long since past, there's still the question of where they came from. The twin bird kite shield can shed some light on this question. Shield featuring a vividly painted twin bird. The twin bird is said to be the envoy of an outer god and mother of the Deathbirds. At dwindling levels of HP, the shield slightly boosts both attack and defense. According to the shield, the twin bird is the envoy of an outer god, much as Marika is to the Elden Beast, and the Deathbirds, as its children, could be likened to the demigods. Interestingly, even though the Deathbirds are likely thousands of years older than anything we see in the lands between, their skulls resemble those of young robins. You would expect these birds of death to be associated with ravens, a bird often tied to death, but the shape of their skull and beak don't line up well with these particular birds. The fact that they look like infant bird skulls as well bolsters the idea that they are the children of the twin bird. Those that are left in the lands between don't seem to have reached maturity, likely due to their religion falling out of favor and the Golden Order shunning death outright. It's possible they didn't always look skeletal. Perhaps in their prime, the Deathbirds look closer to their mother, the twin bird, with an almost phoenix-like appearance. But time and a lack of bodies to feed their kilns has warped their appearance, leaving them nothing more than some stretched back skin and bone. We need only look at the sacrificial axe to shed light on what these birds may have once looked like. Hatchet used in an ancient sacrificial rite, a Deathbird is depicted as a malevolent deity. The power of the rite yet lingers. A small amount of FP is restored upon slaying a foe. We'll talk more about this axe later. We believe what's left of the Deathbirds doesn't speak to their true visage due to one important detail: their feathers. When we face the regular Deathbirds, we can see they have somewhat white feathers, but there are 3 items, all utilizing different colored feathers that are associated with the Deathbirds. The Raptor's black feathers is a robe crafted with the black feathers of a bird of prey, worn by the assassins of Ravenmount, a ritual implement for transforming into a Deathbird, if only by imitation. We are birds of prey, bringers of death. Clearly, the Ravenmount assassins thought the Deathbirds originally had black feathers, and the Mausoleum Knights would agree, as by adding these same feathers to their armor, they effectively make themselves unkillable. The winged-shaped ornaments on its back evoke the Deathbird, a self-inflicted curse that ties the spirits of these loyal knights to the land, having willingly beheaded themselves so they may serve their masters in death. However, even with these two instances of black feathers being associated with the birds, we also see that the red and blue feather branch swords are both dropped by deathbirds, and they tell us they are talismans adorned with red or blue feathers, once used in ancient death rituals. The heart sings when one draws close to death, and thus does one cling so tenaciously to life, to render up a death worth offering. Without diving too deeply into ghost flame as a concept, those who died clinging to life were burned in the ghost flame in some kind of ancient ritual, and these talismans with red and blue feathers are meant to be used in these rituals, which are heavily tied to the deathbirds. It's likely the deathbirds themselves did not conduct these rituals. Their job was to clean the kiln so that the ghost flame may burn bright, but there were others who actually brought the bodies to the flame. The death ritual spear tells us it is a ritual spear used by priests of old who were permitted to come among the deathbirds. The priests became guardians of the birds through the rite of death, which also serves as an oath sworn to their distant resurrection. These priests followed the deathbirds across the lands between, acting as guardians of any who disturbed the work of their deities. They too utilized the ghost flame to do this, as their weapon, the death ritual spear, can use the spear call ritual to rain spectral ghost spears down onto our opponents. The sacrificial axe likely played a part in their rituals as well, meaning that the sacrificial rite, mentioned in its item description, may have been one way to gather new bodies to be fed to the flame. What's most interesting is that these priests swore an oath that would grant them resurrection after death, much in the way grace can for our tarnished. But as far as we know, the twin bird's outer god doesn't have that kind of power or foothold in the lands between. We see how the Deathbird's end of the bargain was upheld when fighting the Deathrite birds. These enemies are unlike the other Deathbirds, as they have large black spectral wings, and within them we can see many death ritual spears. However, if you take a closer look, you'll see that these spears are actually being held by someone, a spirit of some kind. We believe it's no stretch of the imagination to consider these spirits to be those of the priests that dedicated their lives to the Deathbirds. While it may not be how they expected, they were granted everlasting life, but only as a creature of the undead that could help strengthen the Deathbirds by giving them wings and another avenue of attack. The Deathbirds are inextricably tied to the Ghost Flame and death, and they are still well known across the lands between. The raptors use feathers in their armor, and their skeletal mask tells us they are a ritual implement that relentlessly digs into the wearer's face, preserving one's human instincts while dressed in the imitation of the Deathbirds. They even use a unique weapon, the raptor talons, which are a claw comprised of two sharp, thin blades wielded by the assassins of Ravenmount. This weapon allows them to imitate the attacks of Deathbirds. Besides excelling at airborne attacks, its charge attack mimics the vicious swoop of a bird of prey. This shows how the Deathbird's reputation is alive and well, even if the secrets of Ghost Flame seem to be lost to the ages. We know the Golden Order despises those who live in death, and considers them unnatural, but in truth, their history stretches back to a time when the Deathbirds roamed the land, and were worshipped by priests who treated them as deities. When it comes to the Golden Order's hatred of those who live in death, it really boils down to this. The Deathbirds came first. Their burial rites ruled the land, and after the Elden Beast came to the lands between, it needed to stake its claim as an outer god. This may be why we never have a chance to encounter the Twin Bird. This envoy is now long gone, as the outer god it served was forced to leave the lands between, due to the insatiable appetite of the Elden Beast. The old ways of Ghost Flame were replaced by honeyed rays of gold, but the raw strength of the Deathbirds ensured they and their dead would remain a thorn in the side of those that serve the Golden Order, and feed the never-ending cycle of life and rebirth perpetuated by the Erdtree. The Deathbirds are nothing more than the remnants of a society and a belief system now long dead in the lands between. Where once they stood in prominence, with their own priests protecting them and helping them do their sacred work of feeding the ghost flame, now they wander the land, only appearing at night, with no purpose, as their kilns have been replaced by roots, and the dead no longer burn, they are buried. These ferocious birds are a shadow of their former selves, with no mother to guide them, or outer god to hear their prayers. This aside, there is one horrifying thought for those who hunt the dead across this land. If these incredibly dangerous deathbirds only wield a fraction of the power they once did when they were the prominent form of ritual death in the lands between, what kind of terrifying strength did they possess in their prime? What did you think of our breakdown of the Deathbirds and their mysterious origins? Were the Deathbirds and their ghost flame the oldest form of death and rebirth in the lands between? Did they always look like skeletons, or did they once have the magnificent feathers depicted in the twin bird shield? What was the twin bird, and what outer god did it serve? Are the Deathbirds in any way attached to the Helfin? And will this be explored in the DLC? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Please like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Good Luck, the Hyena, Trusty, Mild-Mannered, the Spider, the Unbreakable, and finally, the Untethered. These are all titles carried by a man who has followed us across various From Software worlds. We tend to meet him in areas where traps have been set for those foolish enough to fall into them. He shows a great amount of disdain for those associated with religions or churches, taking offense to their pompous, holier-than-thou mentalities. No matter what world he inhabits, this bias comes with him. Perhaps because he's seen how religious dogma has destroyed so many lands. This man's name is Patches, and he's a mainstay of From Software games that can be traced back to Armored Core. While there is a popular theory that every iteration of Patches we encounter in FromSoft is the same person, we believe each version has their own story to tell. For our 100th episode of Elden Lore, we'll be discussing every iteration of Patches, their stories, and the motivations of this enigma of a character. There is some debate over which instance of Patches truly came first. Most believe that Patch the Good Luck should be considered his original appearance, as he's the first to take on the name, and does share some characteristics with future incarnations of the character. But YouTuber Blingy makes a strong case for the original Patches, coming from an old, Japan-only, PS2-era FromSoft game called Shadow Tower Abyss. This character has no name, but certainly indulges in some Patches-style trickery, including an exploding chest and dropping us into a pit. I won't go into too much detail on this possible version of Patches, as you'd be better served by checking out Blingy's video, which I'll be linking in the cards and the description. Suffice to say, there's a good argument to be made for this random human essentially being a proto-Patches. Next, we have Patch the Good Luck, a lynx that first appeared in Armored Core for Answer. This enemy's next is called No Count, and his emblem is a dice with bullet holes, turning each side into a 6. A clear indication of how Patch creates his own good luck. When fighting in his mission, we can see the classic Patch's cowardice on full display, as if you focus on destroying his allies, you can actually make him surrender without finishing the fight. Take out his entourage, and Patch will stop fighting altogether and say, wait, I give up. Hey, I'm just following orders here. If he's pulled out, why should I? You guys, you're alive, right? This is No Count, come in. We're allies, right? Right? If you then wait without attacking,
Patch will leave on his own, and the mission will be complete. An important note on this dialogue, though, as it seems what we got in the US version of For Answer may be a gross mistranslation. According to the Armored Core Wiki, the line, "You guys, you're still alive, right? This is no count, come in," was likely intended to be, "I might have fought you, but you didn't die, so it doesn't count." This sheds light on the name No Count, as he doesn't consider his losses fair, meaning from his perspective, he always has good luck. This is also our first instance of a classic Patch's surrender, smooth talking his way out of taking responsibility for his actions, and playing on our sympathies to get away unscathed. The version of the character we meet in Demon Souls goes by Patch as the Hyena, and can be encountered in multiple locations. Most players are likely to meet him for the first time in the Armor Spider Archstone, where he waits for travelers to fall into his trap.
You're not mad like the rest, are you? Wow, what jolly travelling companions are we, eh? Pleased to meet you. Call me Patches. Oh, see that treasure over there? Go on and take it. My gift to you, just to show that we're friends. Phew, I'm glad to meet you. These soul-starved imbeciles will drive you mad.
You can then take the treasure Patches was so generously pointing you towards, and a bear bug will descend on you.
You? You're no joke, are you? Worry not. The treasure is all yours. Tough luck with the bear bugs, but you certainly showed them, didn't you? Here it is. Kept it safe for you. Go on. Take it. Take it. You are simply unlucky. Worry not. Stay by me, and my luck will rub off on you soon enough.
Even though Patches is not going by the moniker The Good Luck, it seems this aspect of the character is alive and well, as he considers himself lucky by way of creating misfortune for others he can profit on. At this point, we can reasonably assume Patches just didn't know about the bugbear. After all, what if this was just an innocent mistake? If you found yourself fooled by this charming smooth talker, your next encounter with him won't leave any doubt in your mind as to his true intentions. When visiting the Shrine of Storms, we can find Patches again, standing over a small pit. When speaking with him, you'll find him in a jovial mood at the prospect of new treasures.
Hello again. Hey, don't turn a cold shoulder. I didn't mean to do you wrong, really. Come on now. We've got better things to fret about. That pit there is filled with treasure. But, I'm having a little trouble getting to it myself. Go on, take a look. There are more riches than you could dream of.
What can it hurt to look at this treasure?
Hey, don't hold it against me, eh? Take your time starving to death. Then I'll sell every last trinket off your corpse.
Again, Patches gets one over on us. But if we escape the pit, he's all smiles.
You? Hey, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Well, a man's got to make a living, right? Here, look, I can make up for it. There aren't many humans like us. We need to stick together. I know. Have this as a token of my friendship. Not bad, right? Come on. Let's be friends. What do you say? No need to drag each other down.
From this point on, we seem to have earned Patch's respect, at least to some degree, because he will become a merchant in the Nexus, selling us various items and feeding us intel about the world. It's at this point we can actually get a little more characterization around Patches the Hyena. He seems to have a distaste for clergymen, which is more prevalent in his later iterations. He seems upset that Saint Urbain does not forgive him for kicking him into the pit as well, and makes a point of saying, praying never put food in his mouth or anyone else's. He also warns us of Yurt, and gives us a tip on finding the Moonlight Greatsword in the bodies of those who enter the Valley of Defilement. In his own way, Patches seems to trust us enough to encourage us to do some treasure hunting. His story essentially ends here, but there is one other note we'd like to make about the hyena. He carries the Adjudicator's shield, which is described as a large wooden shield that depicts a brightly colored scene of the deceased being judged. On the other side, an epigram is carved in old script. Cowardly acts and the eating of birds must not be the deeds of a hero of storms. If the one being judged displeases the Adjudicator's master, the Golden Crow, the deceased soul will be gnawed upon until nothing but their bones remain. Its user will recover HP a little at a time. I believe this shield was picked off a corpse at some point, because it seems to stand in direct contrast to who Patches the Hyena is. He is absolutely one for cowardly acts, and if the shield is to be believed, he would be gnawed on until nothing but bones remain. Not exactly a comforting thought for our friend here. It's likely he simply carries this shield due to its regenerative abilities. After all, a thief double-crossing so many may one day find himself in a fight, and if he did, it would help to be constantly refreshed. In the original Dark Souls, we encounter a Patches that's much more upfront with his disdain for the clergy, or as he refers to them in this game, clerics. When we first meet him in the catacombs, he says,
Dave, you look reasonably sane. What are you doing in the catacombs? Are you a cleric or something? No? Well, that's strange. Oh, I know what it is. You've come for the trinkets, haven't you? Well, whatever it is. This place is treacherous. Do you watch your step?
If we tell him we're a cleric, he brushes us off and has clear disdain in his voice. Either way, he'll activate a bridge trap after we walk past, and should we make our way back to him, he says,
Oh, well, how are you then? I slipped and flipped that levers. It didn't cause you any trouble, by chance? Are you certain? Well, that's a fine shame. I'm truly sorry. Really? But wait now. You didn't actually fall down. Well, why didn't you tell me sooner? All's well that ends well. Everybody makes mistakes. I'm not above it all, I swear. I am Trusty Patches, the one and only. I know. This should make up for it. We're on the same side. Undead outcome. Fantastic, isn't it?
We don't encounter Patches again until the catacombs within the Tomb of Giants. Once we reach the catacombs, we can talk to our trusty friend.
What? You again? Well, well. You've been a stranger. Good to see you well, mate. All right. You came at the perfect time. There's a fine stash of treasure right down that hole. I found it first, but we're friends now. I'll split it with you, in any case. Have a look. It'll shimmer you blind.
Take a guess at what happens next.
This is what I do, my friend. The trinkets I'll be stripping off your corpse, that's the real treasure.
Again, we can escape his traps and make our way back to Patches, where he's very surprised by our survival.
Oh, you! Well, let's just calm down. Talk about things. I did you wrong, but I didn't mean it. These temptations, they can, well, overcome me. You know what I mean, don't you? Please, forgive me. You and me, we're jolly undead outcasts, aren't we? Oh, brilliant. A second chance. Wonderful. I had a feeling you'd understand. I did. But, if I were in your shoes, who knows what I'd have done. But now we're friends again. Eh?
Once again, after surviving the ordeals associated with befriending this man, he'll open up shop in our hub area where he tells us,
Oh, we meet again. How many of you are there? You've come at the perfect time. I'm done with the looting. I'm a humble merchant now, and wondrous treasures have I, at a special price for you. There you are. Have a nice look at them. Oh, relax. No more funny business out of me, my friend.
From this point on, just as he does in Demon Souls, Patches will offer helpful advice about various characters in the world, telling us Lautrec is dangerous and that Petrus is scum. When it comes to Lautrec, we believe it's possible Patches was the one who trapped him in the first place, seeing the danger he posed. This would explain their mutual distaste for each other. Outside of his story, this Patches shop tells us a great deal about him. He sells us a wide variety of trinkets, but the most interesting in my opinion are the cleric set and crescent axe. All of these items are wielded by clerics of the Way of White, with the axe being bequeathed to cleric warriors that have proven their faith. It seems that Patches has dispatched a number of clerics and picked them clean for his store. One last note about trusty Patches. He carries the Eagle Shield, which, while not having any lore associated with it, does again associate Patches with birds. Up next, we have a bit of an anomaly in this group of Patches. Mild-mannered Pate from Dark Souls 2. This interpretation of the character is a bit different than other incarnations, as he seems much more sincere in his exchanges with us, and is not voiced by our typical Patches voice actor. Pate claims to be a treasure hunter on our first meeting.
Hello there. Traveling all alone in these treacherous times. Well, I hope you have a very good reason. Oh, hogwash. Who am I to judge? My name is Pate. I journey hither and thither on a sort of treasure hunt, you might call it. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself. Oh yes, you be cautious if you go any farther. There's treasure in there for certain, but the entrance locks from behind. I saw the same design earlier, and it's the same contraption, I'm sure. I was with this warrior, you see, and he insisted that he go inside first. The rather brusque fellow tried to swipe the lid for himself, but it trapped him inside. I still have the gent's ring. I do hope he wasn't harmed.
Not only does Pate tell us of this trap, he warns that a previous traveling companion had already fallen into it. He plants the seed of possible treasure, but unlike other versions of Patches, he outright tells us what will happen if we chase it. Should we make our way back to him after exploring the area, he says,
Well, I see you managed to escape. I hope that brave warrior didn't come a cropper either. Be careful out there. There's talk of unsavory bandits who prey upon travelers like yourself. Oh, but you should take this. It allows undead to call out for help to one another across the fissures between worlds. With luck, somebody will lend you a hand.
So not only does this version of Patches seem to have our best interest at heart, but he gives us the White Soapstone, the item most associated with cooperation throughout Dark Souls. We can encounter Pate again at the Earthen Peak where he says,
Well, we meet again. There's treasure this way, but I have a bad feeling about it. I don't quite have the guts myself.
We can then find the treasure, and he seems genuinely happy for us.
Good to see that you survived. Perhaps you're more rugged than I thought. In any case, the treasure is yours, since you went ahead and took the leap. I prefer a more cautious approach. It's hard to know who to even trust these days. For instance, I've heard that a man is out for my life. Now, what misunderstanding could have ever led to that? The poor bloke must have quite an imagination. You be careful too, my friend. For trust can be a dangerous thing.
The man Pate is referring to is Crichton the Wanderer, a knight we can find at the Huntsman's Copse.
Who are you? I thought you were that bastard for a moment. You've set me free. Now I can find him. The cheeky prick. He won't know I hit him. I am Crichton of Mirror. I travel from land to land to hone my blade. I've heard this land was full of danger. I thought it would suit me perfectly. I joined forces with a man on the way, but he was no more than a backstabbing knave. He took the first chance he had to try and off me. I decided to set a trap for him here. But then I got trapped myself. I can't believe that I was so dense. Thank the stars that you came along. You be careful of him. Pate, I think he said. He wears this rather unusual ring. You'll know it when you see it. I've seen his type before. He kills entirely for the pleasure of it. I'm sure I won't be his last victim. The man's better off dead. I tell ya. He's a slick talker, so don't let him fool ya. Pate, the man with a strange ring. Watch out for the slimy rat. And don't you believe a word he says. I'll find the common foot bad and put an end to his roguery.
Here we get our first look at who mild-mannered Pate may truly be. If Crichton is to be believed, Pate is a traitorous dog, willing to throw his companions away at the drop of a hat. However, Crichton is not necessarily the most trustworthy person either. His own armor tells us it was likely a finely crafted imitation of those worn by the Knights of Mira, meaning this man is not who he says he is. In fact, Caelid the Cartographer tells us he is from the land of Mira, and that this land has an infamous killer who is a knight in name alone and managed to escape before his execution. He has also come across a man named Cray something, who bears a striking resemblance to the killer. So it would seem Crichton himself is not exactly honest with us, and is likely a mass murderer who was tricked by Pate. Ultimately, the questline ends with Pate and Crichton exchanging blows, and we can choose whose side we want to be on. That of Pate, a man who has largely treated us well, but is likely a scoundrel. Or Crichton, a man we can reasonably assume to be a mass murderer in his homeland. No matter who we choose, the winner will provide us with a key to their secret stash of treasure, and regardless of our choice, this treasure has an explosive trap that will trigger once we open it. It seems no matter whose side we take, we are doomed to be betrayed. Chronologically, the next interpretation of Patches we encounter would be Patches the Spider in Bloodborne. This is clearly the most unique version of Patches found throughout From Software's catalog, with him taking the form of a literal giant spider. But we don't know that at first. The first time we encounter him, it's through the wall of a cottage. He never tells us his name, but he does say,
"A hunter of beasts, are you? Glory be. You know not the value you possess. But more's the pity. The hours of the night are many, and the beasts more than I can count. A veritable hunt unending. Not even death offers solace, and the blood imbibes you. A most frightful fate. Oh my. But I'm willing to do you a kindness. Step lightly round to the right of the great cathedral and seek an ancient, shrouded church. The gift of the Godhead will grant you strength. Yes, I'm unquestionably certain."
With this helpful information, we set out to find the shrouded church. Once we reached the area our helpful friend told us about, we're swept up in the arms of an amygdala, and we can hear his voice speaking to his god.
Oh, Amygdala, have mercy on the poor bastard.
From here, we can again find Patches, this time obscured behind a door in the lecture building.
What a joy it is to behold the divine. It must be such a pleasure. You're in my debt, you know. You're nigh on a beast of the field, but here you are, treading a measure with the gods. Are your feet as fat as your wits? Oh, cease this dithering. Take the plunge. Throw yourself to the wolves.
We don't meet up with Patches again until we are exploring the Nightmare Frontier, where if we keep a close eye on our surroundings, we can finally see his true form. An enormous spider's body with the head of our favorite scoundrel. You can also fall into one of his classic traps while exploring the frontier. After this, we can face Patch's god, the amygdala, and put an end to it. Upon returning to him, he's surprised by what we've done, and asks about your opinion of him.
This cannot be. You cannot be. No, you didn't. Lord Amygdala? How did this come to pass? Now, wait just a moment. Do you think ill of me? Me? Indeed, I should think not. I shared with you a thing most secret. Now you're witness to a miracle, and all the stronger for it. You should appreciate it if you've a grain of gratitude in you. Yes. Appreciate it. No matter. Such details are trifling. We're fast friends by now. let this express what words cannot. Oh, doubt me not, sweet compeer. What is friendship but a chance encounter?
After this, Patches has no other role in the story of Bloodborne, but he will tell us that he plans on leaving soon, as we've killed his god and he must be off to find another. This is interesting considering Patch's penchant for hating clerics and aligning against the divine. This Patches, depending on how you interpret his dialogue, seems to be aware that he exists across multiple realms. Depending on your reading of this quest, either Patches was consistently tricking us in order to lead us to our doom, which is absolutely in character, or he used us to kill a god he somehow found himself in service of, possibly with the original intention of destroying it. Either way, Patches gets to walk away from Yharnam completely untethered due to our actions. In Dark Souls 3, we meet Unbreakable Patches, possibly the most tricky incarnation of the character to date, as he's willing to go so far as to pretend to be someone else upon our first encounter. We meet him in the Cathedral of the Deep wearing the Katarina set, and he says,
Well, you look reasonably sane. I am a knight of Katarina. I've managed to track down this cathedral's store of treasure. It's right over there, across that narrow part. Treasure. Always so close, yet so far. I'm in quite a pickle, indeed. Well, just hold your horses a moment. I know. Treasure is so sorely tempting.
If we try to cross the bridge to reach his most tempting treasure, we are treated to Patch's favorite trick.
Shame on you, you greedy guts. Thought you could outwit an onion. Well, say hello to the nice giant. He adores visitors.
As a fun note here, if you're playing a cleric, this dialogue is slightly different, as he'll call male characters a rotten cleric and female characters a rotten nun. Patches will also throw a fit if we've already defeated the giant before being kicked below. Once we escape his trap, we can encounter Patches again where he introduces himself and blames his behavior on the armor he was wearing.
Huh? Yes, hello. Oh, I don't believe we've met. I'm Patches. Unbreakable Patches. You seem to be unkindled. Do you have business with me? Oh, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was my hand, as you know. But the deed, well, that was the armor's doing. Regrettable, truly. But behold, I'm stripped clean of that unruly attire. And look at you. All's well that ends well, right? Yes, we'll be fine. I can tell. It's that rotten curse. It is. The untidy mess. Yes. Now, it wasn't me, but you still deserve an apology. Just a little trinket. Go ahead. It's yours now. You should know, I'm a kind of travelling merchant. If you're as unkindled as you look, you'll find plenty of good stuff.
After this, we don't encounter Patches again until exploring Firelink Shrine Tower, where he locks us in, another dirty trick in an attempt to gain trinkets for his shop.
Sorry, friend. Be more careful. By the gods, curiosity is gonna kill you kittens. Some places are better left alone, you know. Oh, sorry. Am I a tad too late? Have no fear. There's beauty in death. Besides, you're amongst your own. Plenty of company, right? Oh, no matter. I'll look after things. By stripping every last trinket off your corpse, you're gonna make some lucky customer very happy.
After escaping the tower, we can finally recruit Patches as a vendor within Firelink.
You're alive! Now, hold your horses. Let's have a nice talk about this. I'll come clean. I did you wrong. I didn't mean it, though. Not one bit. You get these urges, running a business and all, and I hate myself for it. I do. You know what I mean. Terrible, really. But I can see you'll forgive me. You're alive, after all. And that's what counts, right? Oh, fantastic. A wily second chance. I knew you'd understand. I just knew it. The heart of a lion. A model for the rest of us. A true friend. Forever.
Everything up until now is par for the course with Patches, but it's his development after this point that sets this version of the character apart from his other incarnations. There's another thief that can be recruited as a merchant in Dark Souls 3 known as Grey Rat. We can save him from his imprisonment, and after that point he'll go on scouting missions to add items to his shop for us. If we mention Grey Rat to Patches, we learn they actually have a history. It's during one of his expeditions for new stock that we can mention him again to Patches, where he actually shows concern for Grey Rat. Patches then does something extremely uncharacteristic. He goes out and saves Grey Rat. For whatever reason, Patches actually cares for someone other than himself, and it comes across as a truly selfless act. When asking us about Grey Rat, he comes across as if he's going to plunder his corpse, but it seems his intention is always to bring him back to the shrine safely. Apparently, a true friendship with Patches is possible, if you do him a good turn. Perhaps the relationships we built with him in other games truly are sincere by the end, even if it's impossible to tell. Much like previous games, Patches does not serve a purpose from this point on aside from acting as a merchant in Firelink Shrine. However, he does have another story upon entering the Ring City DLC. We first encounter a man going by the name of Lap when exploring the Dreg Heap, where he says,
Look at you. You've got your head screwed on correct. Fantastic. To meet a kindred spirit on this god's forsaken crag. Call me Lap. I can't remember my real name, so let's just go with that. I have a feeling we're going to make a fabulous team. Oh, you'll see. You'll see. Oh, in all honesty, there's something I should tell you. I'm hollow. Yes. I try to play it off, but I haven't a clue about my past, who I was, or what I lived for. Not even my own blessed name. That's why I've come here, searching for the Purging Monument. Said to be in the Ringed City, where the pygmies who found the Dark Soul at the Dawn of Fire reside. All I can say is, those little stones aren't doing much to help me remember anymore. Well, that's the long and short of it. So if I completely forget who you are, don't be wroth with me. Come on, what else can I say? I'm a bloody hollow, for heaven's sake.
Next, we find Lap next to the first bonfire in the Earthen Peak.
I know who you are. great to see you still in one piece. God, I can see why they call this the dreck heap at the world's end. Mangled remnants from every age and every land. It actually sort of lends credence to the old rumors that the ringed city rests below it all. Don't mind me. You needn't worry yourself with this nonsense. I just wanted to tell someone. And I'm sick of old Humpty. I should stay quiet. Wait. I'll make it up to you. By letting you in on a secret of sorts. Past here, you'll find the remains of a giant earthen tower, half submerged in a poisonous swamp. Not a very nice place to visit. Only there's precious treasure in the thick of the swamp. I didn't have any use for it, you see. So, sorry, I left the whole package behind. If I get the chance, I could go fetch it for you. But if that's too long to wait, go nab it for yourself. I know who you are. A righteous warrior. Yes? With a solemn duty to boot. Well, grab that treasure. That's as good a duty as any.
At this point, I'm sure we expect another classic Patches trap. But that's not what happens. We can actually rest multiple times, and Lap will be true to his word, getting the treasure for us.
You remember that treasure? In the thick of the poison swamp? Well, I fetched it for you. As promised. Oh, it was only a hop and a skip. I needed a rest from old Nan over there. Here, go ahead. It's yours. Maybe it'll help you with that solemn duty of yours.
While it's true that we can't see his face, we all know Patch's voice well at this point, so we know who Lap truly is. But it's fascinating to see how he acts with none of his memories. Upon our third meeting, Lap has more to say about himself and his goals.
Well, fancy meeting you here. A true blessing that we should seek the same place and find ourselves standing here together. I've got the last of my brew. Let's have our own little toast with it. To my search, and to your duty, and to the joy that lies before us. All right then. Bottoms up. Now, I'm off in search of the Purging Monument. Once I find it, everything will come back to me. Who I was, what I lived for, what my name was, and what terrible grudges I held. I don't know. I just have this feeling that that's the kind of man I was. Oh, don't hold it against me. I only think I was.
After finding the Purging Monument, we can tell him where it is.
Oh, and here we are again. How goes things? I'm rather running in circles, I'm afraid. I can't find the Purging Monument, and I've searched high and low. What if it was never here in the first place? Oh, bloody hell. What do I know? Are you certain of that? No. Sorry, I know you'd never lie to me. Thank you. Thank you kindly. I'll speed right on over. It won't be long now before I know everything. Who I was, what I lived for, and what my name was. And I'll have you to thank for it all. Ah, thank you. Most sincerely. I swear upon my birth name that I am your friend. No matter what might come out, no matter what I was, if you would do me the honor, allow me to be a true friend. Always.
Our final conversation with Lap comes after he's rediscovered who he truly is.
Finally, you've come. Now I know exactly who I was. And for that, I've a little thanks to be giving. Go this way and peep past the broken staircase. Some awfully fine treasures just sitting there all alone. It'll change your life. I've much to thank you for, so I'll say it again and again. Go this way and peep past the broken staircase. Some awfully fine treasures just sitting there all alone. What? Don't you believe me?
He then pulls his most famous trick, kicking us to the land below. But this time around, it's not a long fall.
Every age, it seems, is tainted by the greed of men. Rubbish to one such as I, devoid of all worldly wants. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way we are. I'll stick you in my prayers. A fine dark soul to you.
This time around, Patches didn't kick us down a hole to trap us. He actually pushed us in the right direction. Perhaps it's because of the friendship we formed while he was suffering from amnesia. Or maybe it's because he sees the need for the cycle of the world to truly come to an end. Either way, his final appearance in Dark Souls has him acting not as a rogue, but as a cooperator, bidding you farewell and taking his leave. Finally, we come to the most recent version of Patches in FromSoft lore, Elden Ring's Patches the Untethered. This version of Patches is first encountered at the end of Murkwater Cave, after we've made our way past a group of highwayman bandits. Many points of his quest are easily missed due to the nature of Elden Ring's world, and it can be picked up in multiple places, but for the purpose of this video, we'll follow every variation in order. At the end of the cave, we find an open area with no one around. No boss to face or portal back to the entrance. Nothing but a chest. Upon trying to open it, a voice cries out.
Thought you'd just help yourself to a man's personal belongings, huh? You scheming little thief! The gods demand repentance! Cough up your coin! All of it!
And for the first time, Patches attacks us directly. It's a fairly easy fight, and after getting him down to around half health, he cries out.
Wait, please! I surrender! White flag and all! For Pete's sake, I concede! No one likes a bull-headed brute, you know. I yield! Yield! You can't harm a yielding man! Finally come round, have you? I knew you would. You're a man of reason. True and true. Ah. Well, what do you know? You're tarnished, like me. Now, how did I get that wrong? I took you for a demi-human or some such. An innocent mistake, I assure you. Well, water under the bridge. Now we're squared up. How about we play nice from now on? A true man of reason. Just what I like about you. I'm Patches. Patches the Untethered. Tarnished like you, only free-spirited. Nomadic, you might say. Only for now, those retired soldiers turned bandits. They're paying for my gruel. In exchange for my, well, showing them the ropes. But honestly, this looting racket is bloody terrifying. Frankly, I'm ready to wash my hands clean. Maybe set up a legitimate shop. So don't be a stranger. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time. Don't forget to pop back for another visit, friend. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time.
We can revisit the area after this exchange, and Patches will have his shop set up for us, as well as offer more information about the bandits he was working with and the chest we tried to open.
Well, nice of you to drop in finally. It's all a bit ad hoc, but I'm sure you'll find something. And welcome to Patches Emporium, where you won't need a refund, because everything's top-notch. Yeah, I had those bandits make a clean break. Now they're all suppliers. And good ones at that. I mean, they don't understand a word I'm saying. but it hardly matters. We have a natural connection. They're all foot soldiers, survivors of a defeated army, worked to the bone by their high and mighty lord, only to be thrown out with the rubbish. It's the same old story everywhere I go. To hell with it all. Wondering what's inside the treasure chest. Well, it's nothing too special. Just something I'm saving as thanks for a very valuable customer. But then again, it would fetch some spectacular coin. And besides, this valuable customer could be a long time coming. Huh? Everything is give and take. Give and take.
If we choose not to open the chest, we can visit again and Patches will bequeath its contents to us.
Wait, friend. You've really been there for me through thick and thin. And so, I've made up my mind. I bequeath that chest to you. An extra special thanks for an extra special customer. What's wrong? I've made up my mind. The treasure chest is yours, in word and deed. Sure, it may be worth its weight in gold, but a Patch's promise, well, that's priceless.
We can then open the chest to trigger a trap that sends us to the Mistwood ruins.
My sincerest gratitude. I thought I'd never wrench that thing open. You're the finest customer a man ever had.
Upon returning to Patches, it's the same old song and dance we've come to expect from this character.
How in blazes? You're alive! We had me proper scared puffing away in a flash like that. Who on earth spends their time booby-trapping treasure chests? No way I could have known. But still, I apologise. It's all very unfortunate. At any rate, it's nice just to see you safe. Don't miss all the bargains here at Patch's Emporium. Oh yes, but by the way, I'm saying goodbye to the old cave. I'm untethered by nature, and it's about time that I moved on. No worries, the old gang will inherit the shop. They may not speak a word, but they never forget a face. Spare them some coin after I'm gone, eh?
Once we make our way to Liurnia, we can encounter Patches again. He's excited to see us.
It's been a long while. It's me, Patches the Untethered. I'm still in business, if you can believe it. Now I'm my only supplier, so I haven't got much. But everything here is top-notch. Patch's Emporium, now open in Raya Lucaria.
We can ask him about Raya, and he'll show some sympathy for her plight.
Have you met that girl, Raya? She's a strange one, but I believe she was in need of help. Not that it's any of my business, but if she rings your bell, why not lend her an ear?
He also offers us some advice on a way to reach the Erdtree more quickly.
Making your way to the Erdtree, no? Well, I heard something that might help. A special means of reaching your destination. Have you ever seen an Iron Virgin? The clunky contraptions are whirlwinds of sickles and spiked wheels. But long ago, they were endowed with a spell of transposition. And get this, a surviving virgin sits at the bottom of the big water wheel in the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Its transpositional powers fully intact. So right, if you get caught in it on purpose, it'll chuck you out straight at the base of the Erdtree. Or so I'm told.
As we all know by this point, the Iron Virgin does not take us to the base of the Erdtree, but to the Volcano Manor. Between this and his interest in having us help Raya, it's starting to seem like Patches isn't as untethered as he says. After escaping the manor, we can revisit Patches and he'll say,
Fancy meeting you here. Hold on. Don't you say a word, my friend. I spoke no lie, not a one. You are trapped inside a volcano, no mistake. but the Erdtree was right outside. You just had to spring yourself out. Well, I'm willing to admit, I could have been more clear, but I did not lie, and you're perfectly unscathed. All's well that ends well, right?
He's not wrong, as his advice did land us closer to the Erdtree. It seems as though this iteration of Patches, though he is fond of tricking us, may just be testing us for some grander purpose. If we speak to him on Mount Gelmir, another classic trap plays out.
Hello? Yes. Strange place for a chance encounter, huh? I thought I could use a rest. Don't mind me. Go about your business. Right, over there. See that? Something shimmering. I swear.
At this point, we all know what's coming. Personally, I was excited.
Well, if you really are that gullible...
Then stay away from the Volcano Manor! Bye now! Take care!
Again, we can return to Patches after being duped, where he plays off kicking us as us taking a wrong step along the path.
Well, here you are again. Oh, so sorry for that. I meant to warn you, but whoops, there you went. Despite my best intentions, I've done you wrong. I have. But here you are, standing tall and proud. All's well that ends well, eh? And my warning was spot on. You tell me different. Stay clear of Volcano Manor. End of discussion. I heard the brutes there hunt tarnished like animals.
Of course, if we truly want to do everything there is to do in Elden Ring, we join the Volcano Manor regardless of Patch's warnings, and we can find him there, waiting outside of Lady Tanith's throne room.
You joined the manor, huh? I don't believe it. Didn't think you had it in you. All good though. We're on the same side now. We'll do good work together. Are you surprised that I belong to the Volcano Manor? I always hated the gibberish about lost grace and the laughable two fingers. I thought I could lend a hand in unmasking the charade. Not to mention, Tanith has always made me curious. I guess her master must really be something, because she's pretty damn smug about it. Even after announcing her blasphemous ambitions, she still stands proud. I've never seen a woman quite like her.
Again, we see Patches taking interest in someone other than himself. He was perfectly willing to toss aside his bandit brethren, but when it comes to Tanith, and by extension Raya, he seems to have some deeper interest. After completing a request for the manor, Patches has one last trick to pull on us, getting our Tarnished to do his job for him.
You're here at the manor, but if you complete the request, you can improve your standing. Relax. We're old friends. Time's come to pass the torch, right? Go on, break a leg then.
Upon defeating our prey, we can report back to Patches, and he'll try to welch on giving you the reward for the contract.
Hunted down Tragoth? Are you certain? No, it's quite all right. Fine work indeed. I'll give Tanith the news. Have some rest, by all means. Sharper than you seem, aren't you? I was just holding on to it for you, you know. Here you go. The reward for hunting Tragoth. All yours.
After this, Patches will remain at the manor with his shop until we're granted an audience with Rykard. Once we've defeated Rykard, Patches sees the writing on the wall and starts planning his exit.
You've gone and killed Rykard? You scheming little bastard. Cripes, you make this nonsense seem, well, less nonsensical. Perhaps a Tarnished will be Elden Lord after all. But for now, This manor is finished. The demigod beast is slain, and Tanith has lost her head. A fine mess. But how else could it end? When Daddy Ambition's head over heels courting Lady Blasphemy. Well, here I am, untethered, once again. Goodbye, my friend.
This time, when he calls us his friend, he seems to really mean it, because this is not the end of his quest, and he will lean on us for help should we find him at the Shaded Castle.
Oh, you again. A shame you had to see me like this. Oh, I had a bit of a slip-up, that's all. I should have stuck to what I know best. No matter. I know I can trust you. Gullible, yes, but a good soul. Make certain that Tanith gets this. Oh, it's nothing, it's just... makes me sick to see her all bent out of shape. Come on, Tanith, back on your high horse where you belong. You're able then? Then I can rest easy, my friend.
In an uncharacteristic turn of events, Patches seems to have gotten himself injured reclaiming Tanith's castanets. It seems as though his admiration had turned to true affection, and Patches the Untethered actually put his life on the line for the sake of someone else. Depending on how you started his quest, this could be the last time you meet Patches, but if you did some of the steps out of order and never actually found him in the Murkwater Cave, it's actually possible to go back there after this point and play that portion of his questline, complete with unique dialogue, where Patches acknowledges your history. And now we come to a point where I actually had to re-record some of my audio for this lore dive, because I had thought that you can only get some specific dialogue back at the Murkwater Cave if you hadn't initially done it at the beginning of Patch's quest. But as it turns out, you can revisit the cave after receiving Tanith's castanets, and it turns out Patches is alive and well. In this way, we know for sure that Patches does survive our meeting in the Shaded Castle, and perhaps he can have a role to play in the upcoming DLC. The Patches of Elden Ring draws much more of his character from the Patches of Dark Souls 3 after living for a time as Lap. He's clearly a scheming thief willing to throw us under the bus to make a quick buck, but at the same time, he shows interest in others to the point of actual dedication. His disdain for the Two Fingers and Grace calls back to his hatred for clerics and holy people in previous games. It seems no matter where or when Patches is, he believes that dogma and those who follow it are not to be trusted. Better to place your trust in yourself, in those you know you can swindle, and, occasionally, on those who prove they can be relied on as a friend or ally. In Elden Ring, Patches claims to be untethered, but it seems like he's never been so well connected to those around him. As a fun aside, Patches seems to have wormed his way into another Souls-like that's gotten a lot of attention lately. In Lies of P, we can decrypt the old cryptic vessel to learn the following story. Order, an old shack in the Tomb slums in Malum district. Look for the bleak tree and laundry line and enter the shack next to them. Appendix. An agreement is attached for mutual trust. I kept hiding the stolen goods in the barren swamp and realized something. I'm never going to return if I keep going to the swamp. All I've known is the life of a thief, but I don't want to die now, so we're returning to our sweet home. Even if the Black Rabbit Brotherhood is making trouble, we were technically before them in the Malum district. In the slums, you follow the slum rules. First, bring the stolen goods to our old base. We may be dumb, but we're loyal, unlike the rich. Here's to a lifelong friendship. This leads us to the old shack mentioned in the order, where a man with a large nose stands outside. He says he wants nothing to do with the robbers and their dealings, and gives us a key to their shack, where the treasure waits inside. Upon entering the shack, the following scene plays out.
just poor. Serves you right for being greedy. Love watching people fall into a trap. Never gets old.
From across universes, it seems Patches got us again with one of his favorite tricks. What makes this even better is that there's alternate dialogue for if we see this coming, where he complains about our foresight.
Why didn't he fall in the trap? Lame. I was looking forward to that all day. The trap's empty, so are my pockets.
This whole interaction is an amazing way for Liza P to pay homage to FromSoft and our favorite lovable scamp. So we've explored every story of Patches throughout FromSoft history, but the question stands: what exactly is Patches? Does he exist as a simple narrative device to create cohesion between the games? Is he a fun Easter egg we can all look forward to whenever we start up the latest game from this developer? Or is there something more? On multiple occasions, Patches seems to have a deeper understanding of the world around him, and of us as a character, than he probably should. Is it possible that Patches is the single link between all From Software titles in a more literal sense? Patches may be a traveler between time and dimensions, and this would be a good explanation for his outlook on the worlds he inhabits. He finds himself eternally trapped in cycles, whether they be related to the souls of demons, kindling, or death and rebirth. If there's one thing Patches has come to see, world after world after world, it's that greed is the driving factor of mankind, and he's taken it upon himself to punish us for our greed. Time and again, game after game, for as long as we enjoy the games of From Software. Or he really is just a fun Easter egg. Either way, I'm happy he's always here. Except for Sekiro. What happened there? I know we sort of have a merchant equivalent, but not really. He ain't no Patches. Thanks for joining us as we shared the stories of every iteration of Patches throughout the Soulsborne universe. If you have any questions about the man himself, please let us know in the comments, as we think this is going to be a fun one to speak with our community about. Thank you again for helping us reach our 100th episode. We will never be able to express how thankful we are for all of the support you've given us since the beginning of this series, and we hope you'll stick with us in the future. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.
There are many mysteries in the lands between. It feels like we've started a significant number of our lore dives over the last 2 years with these words. However, it never ceases to be true. From the true origins of Radagon to what really happened on the Night of Black Knives, so much of the history of the lands between and its people is shrouded in mystery. One thing we can nail down about most of the demigods is their motivations. Some seek to become Elden Lord, others want to usurp the Order altogether. But what exactly does the Greater Will want? There would be no way for us to know. The language of the fingers is lost on our Tarnished. In fact, only one man we know of can actually interpret their movements, the ever-brilliant Goldmask, though he's not the type to offer guidance to others. It is only thanks to the finger readers that we can come to understand some semblance of our quest and how to complete it, though some of their kind are certainly more lucid than others. Today, we are going to discuss the finger readers, those that help on our journey, those that seem broken and lost, and those that mysteriously lost their lives just outside the foot of the Erdtree. The finger readers are emaciated old women with seemingly no eyes that exist to interpret the musings of the two fingers. But the only example of this we get to see during our time in the lands between is through finger reader Enya, who takes her place at the side of the fingers found within the Round Table Hold. Upon her introduction, we learn of her role within the Hold.
You that new Tarnished. You done well. I am Enya the Finger Reader. I interpret the words of the fingers, envoys to the greater will. Look there. The fingers tremble to welcome you, Shardbearer. Let their wisdom wash over you.
Great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy. Until it was shattered, the tragic corruption of the Order has taken its toll. Across the realm, life lies in ruin, fallen to pieces. Foul curses and misery spread, unabating. But the greater will has not abandoned the realm, nor the life that inhabits it. So it is that the Tarnished are guided by grace, called to act. Brave Tarnished, your great rune is a handsome shard of the Elden Ring. Seek another of its kind to become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order.
Let the words of the fingers guide you.
Enya plays her part, interpreting the movements of the fingers so we can know what they're trying to tell us. But she seems to have a will of her own as well. When asking her about the remembrances we gain upon the defeat of each demigod, she offers to lend you the power of the two fingers without consulting them.
Well, I see. A remembrance of gold has found its way into your possession. Demigods and even the greater of the champions are hewn by the Erdtree upon their end into remembrances. They are valuable indeed. These remembrances yet house the power of their former masters. And should you wish to wield that same power, well, I will lend you the strength of the fingers. Do not recoil from my offer. The fingers guide us all. And you, Tarnished, you are here to take, are you not?
She also explains to us the importance of great runes and communes with the fingers again.
Great runes are the stuff of demigods, the children of the goddess Queen Marika, she who is vessel of the Elden Ring. Tainted by the strength of their runes, her children warred, but none could become Elden Lord. And so grace was extended to your kind, the Tarnished. Listen, the fingers speak.
The greater will has long renounced the demigods. Tarnished, show no mercy. Have their heads. Take all they have left.
Indeed. But remember one thing. The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika. Godric the Grafted was but a distant relation, the runt of the litter. His divine blood sorely diluted.
Enya goes on to share information with us throughout our journey, explaining after we obtain 2 great runes that the fingers have been told we are worthy by the greater will, and wish for us to become Elden Lord. We can also ask her about Queen Marika.
Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision. A god in truth. But after the Elden Ring's shattering, She was imprisoned in the Erdtree, a grim punishment for shattering the Order, despite her godhood. The fingers speak.
Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the Vision's vessel. Confer great runes to become Elden Lord and join Queen Marika as her consort. The fingers have willed it so.
Now you may go.
She doesn't have anything new to share with us until we achieve our goal, reach the foot of the Erdtree, and stand before the thorns that block our path.
Well, you managed to return. You know what this means. The Erdtree has spurned you. The fingers remain still, shaken by this turn of events. They are busy consulting the greater will. When they are finished, the fingers will again offer their guidance. But thousands, if not tens of thousands, of moons must first pass. No matter for me. But you, how will you ever manage the wait? My, oh my.
Again, we see Enya showing interest in our Tarnished beyond our role in completing the task set upon us by the two fingers, as they have decided to commune with the greater will for as long as it takes in order to have their questions answered. That is, of course, if you believe the words of the fingers themselves. It's Enya who answers our questions about the thorns and even leads us to a way of carving our path to the Erdtree.
Heavens forbid. That is not the domain of mere men. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin. And you say you seek the power of the Rune of Death too? The Rune of Death goes by two names. The other is Destined Death. The forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation. Unleashing the rune now would be unthinkable. The fingers would never permit it. Nor would the greater will. But here we are. The fingers dormant, severing our link to the greater will. The realm and all life in ruins. Impossible events transpire beyond the ken of the fingers. Who is to say that the cardinal sin must be cardinal forever? Go on. Finish the job. Take the course you deem most worthy. You must find kindling. Only the smoldering flame in the great forge of the giants on the highest peak in the lands between can burn the Erdtree. But special kindling is required to reignite the flame. For the flame to burn the Erdtree, a sacrifice is needed. Of one who envisions the flame and can lead you to the Rune of Death.
This finger reader thinks for herself. She's not simply a vassal, but wants to see this stalemate finally come to an end. And it's possible we are not the first she provided this information to. Ensha mentions that some other Tarnished had once presented her with 2 great runes. In the past, someone else had somehow come this far, and we believe there are 3 likely candidates. First would be Vike, who was known to be the Tarnished who came closest to becoming Elden Lord before being taken by the 3 fingers. Second, we have Gideon Ofnir, and while he doesn't seem to do any field work himself, we know the fingers expected great things from him, and it's possible he had his henchmen gather great runes for him. Third, we have Bernal, the only in-canon Tarnished who is able to invade us in crumbling Farum Azula. Bernal's story has been relegated to cut content, but originally, he was supposed to have a maiden who had fallen into madness and obsession with fire. This could be due to trying to kindle the flame at the mountaintop of giants. The only way Bernal would have known about the need for kindling would have been to have this same conversation with Enya at some point in the past. This would explain his disillusionment with the Fingers if he lost his maiden to advice given by one of their readers. Even with this cut content, we see the possibility that Enya is not simply a mouthpiece for the Fingers, but a true ally to the Tarnished, trying to help them reach the throne. After we burn Melina and reach Farum Azula, we can speak with Enya again, where she claims she will see this journey through to the end with us, and bids we do what we believe is right. We hear from her one final time upon defeating Malekith the Black Blade, where she speaks of the Rune of Death being released.
The Rune of Death is unbound. And the lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate. But the flames will also burn the impenetrable thorns. Farewell it is then. You'll be Elden Lord yet.
Upon returning to her, she's unresponsive, possibly dead, but we can still use her power to trade remembrances and purchase regal armor. In this way, Enya truly is with us to the end of our journey, still helping us, even with the Fingers inactive and death unbound across the land. With all of this said though, this is only the story of one Finger Reader, albeit the most prominent one. We also have the Twin Maiden Husks, the unresponsive twins who accept bell bearings and act as merchants. Nothing can truly be learned about them, so there's really nothing more to say. Aside from those we find in the hold, Finger Reader crones can be found across the lands between. But Finger Readers are supposed to act as mouthpieces for the Fingers, so why are they so far from them? Aside from the two Fingers within the hold, the only other forms of these creatures we find are laying atop the Divine Towers. Each carries the power of a demigod's rune that we must take for ourselves in order to properly utilize them. From this we can glean that each demigod had their own two fingers. This makes perfect sense, as we know Ranni had her own two fingers, which she would eventually slay in order to unbound her fate from the Golden Order. We also see that one set of two fingers carries both Morgott and Mohg's runes, so it likely counseled them as a pair due to their nature as omen twins. If each demigod had their own two fingers, then of course each would need their own Finger Readers. But it seems that now, long after the wars of the lands between, those Finger Readers are scattered to the wind. We theorize that after the demigods were found unworthy, each of their two fingers went dormant. While they may appear dead to us, it shouldn't be possible for them to be slain without a Fingerslayer blade. So we think it's more likely they simply shut down, without a candidate to become Elden Lord or house the Elden Ring. This means their Finger Readers now had no purpose. With nothing to convey from their masters, the Finger Readers instead traveled the land, making a home wherever they decided to stop wandering, and begging to read the fingers of those who passed by, providing them with some kind of knowledge to help them along their way, likely feeling some bit of the satisfaction they once felt, interpreting the words of the Fingers for their demigods. This does bring up an interesting thought as to who the two fingers within the Round Table hold originally belonged to, but we'll save that theory for another video. There is a larger mystery about the many dead Finger Readers that can be found just short of the Erdtree in Lanedale that we wanted to address. These piles of dead Finger Readers are mostly centralized around Marika's bedchamber, which also has a Black Knife assassin waiting outside of it to ambush any who are making their way to the foot of the Erdtree. It's our belief that Marika had a connection to the assassins, as the Black Knife armor tells us, The assassins that carried out the deeds on the Night of Black Knives were all women, and rumored to be Newman, who had close ties to Marika herself. With this in mind, we believe Marika called for the Finger Readers to return to Lanedale, and had the Black Knives kill as many of them as possible, so that the demigods would have limited access to the knowledge of the Fingers after she betrayed the Greater Will and shattered the Elden Ring. If you subscribe to the theory that Marika was a co-conspirator in the Night of Black Knives, this lines up well with her motivations, and further explains the degradation between the demigods. The Finger Readers, with their slight sunken frames, would be no match for any physical assault, possibly by design, so any attack on them would be an outright slaughter. With so few Finger Readers left to convey the words of their fingers, no one was left to talk these gods out of their schemes for power, and chaos would engulf the land, until one of Marika's chosen people would return and take the Elden Throne for themselves. The Finger Readers were never meant to be anything more than a mouthpiece for the words of the two fingers. But in this land where death is sealed and life has stagnated, even a servant bound by their duty could let their purpose slip away in order to move things forward. Enya wants the world to change. She's the only Finger Reader we meet who seems to have kept her wits about her, and she encourages us to burn the Erdtree after her fingers are no longer listening to what is said in their chambers. Perhaps once the Finger Readers were venerated for their position, but now they exist only to read the fingers of those who cross their path, desperate for a new Elden Lord to take the throne. While some may find the heretical actions of our Tarnished to be appalling, we have Enya on our side, ready to accept the fate that we choose, and eager to help us along our path toward an uncertain future, where she herself may have no place. The Finger Readers may be servants of the two fingers, but even in their decrepit state, they have the capacity to be so much more. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the Finger Readers and their place in the lands between before and after we arrived. What do you think of these creepy servants of the Fingers? Did Enya always have a will of her own, prepared to do whatever it took to put us on the throne? Why do you think so many Finger Readers perch themselves across the lands between with no two fingers to read? What do you think happened to the fingers on top of each divine tower? Do you have any alternative theories on why so many Finger Readers lie dead in the capital city? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The hawk is a recurring symbol that can be found in various areas of the lands between, and it connects to the very first legacy dungeon we can explore. As we walk the path to Stormveil Castle, we see lion sigils on banners hanging from its walls. But as we explore deeper, we face the Stormhawks, who still defend the castle. They are the remnants of the old guard that followed the King of Stormveil long ago, before his castle was taken by Godfrey, and eventually, Gotrek the Grafted. Not much is known about the Stormlord himself. Some believe it to be Sarosh, Placidusax, or the Stormhawk King, as it is said to be revered by all others as sovereign back in the days when Stormveil's wind still raged like no other. No matter who the Stormlord was, the tragic truth is that he lost his final battle and his castle was taken. This leaves the question, what happened to the nobles of Stormveil who refused to follow the Golden Order? We believe we found the answer by studying the Fallen Hawk Soldiers. The first time you encounter the Fallen Hawk Soldiers will likely be after defeating Star Scourge Radahn, and making your way down the chasm opened up from the meteor that crashed down to the lands between, after Radahn could no longer hold it back. Let's take a second here to take in that series of events. Okay. These soldiers are nothing but literal skin and bone with bloodied hands and feet. They wield all manner of weaponry, swords, shields, bows, and lances, sometimes carrying a torch of ghost flame in their offhand. There are 2 different forms of spirit ashes that utilize this band of soldiers and help to tell us their story. The archer ashes tell us they are spirits of archers who belong to the Fallen Hawks, a band of soldiers that once explored the Eternal City. Their arrows are imbued with cold ghost flame. Though their methods are somewhat crude, they work well as a squadron, firing a hail of arrows in unison at the sound of a war cry. There are also the Great Shield Soldier ashes, which are described as spirits of Great Shield Soldiers who belong to the Fallen Hawks, a band of soldiers that once explored the Eternal City. Stout defenders with a steady guard, they work well as a squadron and will attract the attention of enemies or lob ghost flame from the rear guard. This gives us an important piece of their story, why they're found below ground, because they were sent there by some unnamed master to explore the city. However, these underground areas are not easy to find your way into, and the specific Eternal City that the fallen meteor opens a path to has no other way of reaching it, meaning that these soldiers must have been sent down here before the Nox were trapped below ground under a false sky. In fact, it seems as though the Fallen Hawk soldiers were trapped along with them. The ghost flame torches they wield give us a bit more of their history in their item description. Metal torch that burns with cold ghost flame, tool of the Fallen Hawks who prowl the underground rivers. When the band's last embers were used up in their long search, they began to burn the bones of their fellows, acquiring the cold ghost flame, but sealing their fate as dwellers of the underground for all eternity. These soldiers did not find their eternal cities, and after being trapped deep beneath the earth, they resorted to burning the bones of those they lost, unintentionally performing a long-lost ritual and acquiring the ghost flame for themselves. It's clear that whoever sent them on this journey cared so little for them that they were not expected to return, and thanks to the fall of the Eternal Cities, they never did. These soldiers wear no armor to speak of, but both of their shields are adorned with a familiar symbol, that of a hawk, which sheds light on why their master cared so little for them. While the inverted hawk tower shield does not provide any background on the Fallen Hawk soldiers, their smaller shield, the inverted hawk heater shield, does. A medium-sized metal shield, easier to handle than a kite shield. The inverted hawk is the emblem of the company of slaves ordered to explore the Eternal City. Other item descriptions refer to this band of explorers as soldiers, which they very well may have been, but this shield tells us they were actually slaves at the time they were ordered to explore the Eternal City. Knowing this, it makes more sense why the loss of these soldiers would be seen as nothing of consequence. They were sent to explore the Eternal City, a place that stood in opposition to the Golden Order. These soldiers, or slaves, were expendable. If they completed their mission, all the better, but if not, who would care for the loss of a group of slaves, especially if they were loyal to the old king of the castle you've just conquered? We believe that the Fallen Hawk soldiers were all that was left of the loyal knights who fought for the Stormlord before his defeat and the subsequent capture of Stormvale Castle. These loyalists, unable to fall in line with the new faction that now occupied their home, were taken as slaves and forced to take whatever assignments the leader of Stormvale saw fit. We believe it's also likely they were forced to wear iron masks, much like that of our prawn-loving friend, as you can make out round divots around their skulls that line up with where the bolts in this mask are seen. The Great Shield soldiers also seem to still be wearing the top of these masks. As a final insult, they were outfitted with shields depicting an inverted symbol of their former leader. The noble symbol of the hawk, the Stormlord, would be emblazoned on their shield upside down, forever reminding them of their failure to defend their lord and their home. their symbol of pride now a reminder of their shame. Unfortunately, their humiliation did not end there, as their assignment to explore the Eternal City would prove that they could sink even lower. These soldiers, now slaves to the man who conquered their home, were forced to take on this task, and during their journey, the Eternal Cities were banished deep below the earth, trapping them along with the Nox. From here, they wandered in the darkness as far as they could, eventually turning to the Ghost Flame to be their guiding light. All the while, these once proud soldiers became more gaunt, their hands bloodied by carrying their weapons, their feet bloodied by their eternal journey. They came to resemble ghouls more than men, and the only hint that they were once more than these monstrous, pale skeletons comes in the form of their inverted symbols of shame, and their ability to fight as a cohesive unit. The fate of the fallen Hawk soldiers is an especially horrific one, and we can only hope that our tarnish putting them out of their misery helps them find some semblance of peace, as they can no longer be exploited by those who took everything from them. Thank you for joining us for this exploration of the fallen Hawk soldiers. When specifically in the Lands Between's timeline do you think these soldiers were sent off to explore the Eternal City? Do they have some kind of understanding with the Nox after centuries of sharing the underground? Or did the Nox simply ignore their presence out of pity? What do you believe caused the holes seen all around their skulls? And what, exactly, were they searching for in the Eternal Cities? Many of them can be seen digging around in the ground until you get close enough for them to attack. So what are they digging for? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.
The spooky season is upon us, which means that it's time to dive into the more disturbing enemies of Elden Ring. This time around, we're going to focus on some of the scarier concepts found in the Land of Shadow, and unfortunately, I've already discussed the jar innards in our video on Marika, so here's some footage of the actual most disgusting thing in this DLC. That aside, we're going to kick off our Scary Terror Gaming episodes with an enemy you may find unsettling due to the way their bodies move as if they're straight out of a horror movie. The Curseblades were one of the first still images we were given ramping up to the release of Shadow of the Erdtree, and these horrifically bent over horn-scent ascetics are a creeping threat throughout our time exploring this land. You never know when you will turn a corner and have one of these terrifyingly powerful enemies cut you to ribbons. Join us as we break down what they are and what they strove to be long ago. When entering the Land of Shadow, there's a strong possibility that the first enemy to attack you will be a Curseblade. It hops off its perch and dances towards you, spinning its blades ready to cut you down. This enemy is hunched over, its spine an upside-down V, but it seems this stance is merely part of the dance, as it elongates its body as it fights. The Curseblades use their form of dance to put you off guard, and make you second-guess when to attack and when to dodge, keeping you off balance. Any of these enemies can drop the ascetic set, and their loincloth gives us details on who they are. Attire of the Tower's ascetics, embodying their commitment to an austere existence of strict self-control. In order to ascend from their mortal flesh into tutelary deities of the land, they heighten their spirituality through severe ascetic training. When it says they partook in severe ascetic training, it's important we define what that means. To be an ascetic means practicing strict self-denial as a measure of personal and especially spiritual discipline. And we're going to explain what that means for the Curseblades momentarily. The term has come up once before in Elden Ring, when referring to Elamir of the Briar, the bell-bearing hunter, but there seems to be no connection between his homeland of Eocade, that was a proud land of ascetics, and the Land of Shadow. The Curseblade mask draws an interesting connection between these enemies and the Horned Warriors, as it seems they practice the same divinity for different reasons. A mask affixed with a crown of tangled horns, worn by those who would invoke divinity. Divine invocation heightens the dexterity of the wearer, but causes the blessing of the Erdtree to become nauseating, reducing the restorative effect of drinking from a flask of sacred tears. Focus is also troubled while wearing this mask. The Horned Warriors practiced divine invocation, but this was as a way to bring themselves closer to the divine, so that they may one day become sculpted keepers, unlike the Curseblades, who wish to become tutelary deities. Presumably, another aspect to becoming one of these deities was to ritualistically harm oneself, as we learned from the Curseblade's Circuit. Weapon of the masked Curseblades: circular backhand blade with wave-like cutting edges, sharpened into points that incite blood loss. Long ago, this was employed by the ascetics who strove to become tutelary deities as a ritualistic object in their self-flagellating dances. In order to truly understand their goal, there's only one item we can look to, the only other item to mention these tutelary deities: revered spirit ash. Spirit ash of those who came before, infused with potent spirituality, acquired from the corpses of Hornsent and other objects that ritually decorate townships and villages across the realm of shadow. Consume these at sites of grace to bolster your revered spirit ash blessing. The revered spirit ash blessing bolsters both summoned spirits and spectral steeds' abilities to deal and negate damage, but has no influence outside the realm of shadow. The withered corpses were called tutelary deities, and revered spirit ash was said to quietly accumulate in the palm of their hands. So this was the original pursuit of the Curseblades. Those that succeeded in their practice of divine invocation became the very statues, or as we now know, corpses, where we find revered spirit ash. It would seem that through their ascetic practices, they would abstain from everything, even food and water, choosing instead to sit perfectly still so that they may one day accumulate revered spirit ash. However, it seems those we do battle with failed in their pursuits and were punished for their failure. We can face Curseblade Labyrinth in the depths of the Bonnie Jail, and upon defeating him, we receive the ashes of Curseblade Mira. These ashes tell us they are ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell, used to summon the spirit of Curseblade Mira. Curseblades appear to dance when they spin their shimmering circular blades. These ascetics who failed to become tutelary deities were a scourge for those who attempted to invade the Hornsent homeland. Long ago, before the land was overshadowed by invasion, this scourge was shunned, and the Curseblades were imprisoned. It was during this confinement that Mira met Labyrinth, and upon her death, Labyrinth was plunged into a devastating darkness. What I gather from these ashes is that before Mesmer began his march against the Land of Shadow, Curseblades were kept imprisoned in the many jails across the land due to their failure in becoming tutelary deities, and Labyrinth and Mira were imprisoned together, becoming deeply connected friends, or possibly falling in love. When Mesmer attacked, it seems as though the Curseblades were conscripted to fight for the Hornsent, given a chance to redeem themselves for their failures, but Labyrinth chose to stay in the Bonnie Jail, with nothing left to live for after Mira passed on. It's unknown why a failure to become a tutelary deity carried such a harsh sentencing, but we can see how deeply respected they were with the many corpses holding revered spirit ash across the land. Something you'll notice when coming across these mummified remains is that most of them have their heads cut off, and I'm willing to bet this is the work of Mesmer's forces, showing outright disdain for the spiritual practices of the Hornsent. It's only in areas these forces didn't reach, such as Bellarat Tower and Enir Alim, where they retain their heads, no longer wearing their masks, now having their own large, glorious horns sprouting from their skulls. Perhaps it was their failure to sprout large horns of their own that caused the rest of the Hornsent to lock them away. Their dancing rituals and weapons of self-flagellation came to serve a new purpose after fire began to spread across their lands. It seems the Hornsent were so desperate in their struggle that allowing those who failed them in their faith to serve on the battlefield was considered acceptable. Perhaps this was their chance to prove they could still be of use after all. I find it interesting that the Curseblades who failed in shunning the physical world in the pursuit of becoming tutelary deities and were locked away for not being able to endure what the process entailed seem to have taken to their new role as defenders of their land. The Curseblades could have just as easily turned against their jailers after their release, but they didn't. I believe this means these horrifying creatures actually believe that they deserve to be locked away for failing the other Hornsent, for failing their faith. And now that they have a new position, they do not plan to fail their people again. These elongated dancers will hunt any who mean to harm the Land of Shadows, and we need to watch our backs, because you never know when one of these masked monstrosities is hiding just past the next wall, or ready to strike from above, cutting into your flesh the same way they once cut into their own. Thank you for joining us for this breakdown of the Curseblades, the first in this year's Scary Terror Gaming Spooky Season series. Why do you think FromSoft teased us with an image of the Curseblades before the release of Shadow of the Erdtree? The statues of tutelary deities seem to be sitting just fine, so what caused the Curseblades' horrifying posture? What exactly do you think being a dedicated ascetic entailed for these Hornsent? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. The Formless Mother is the outer god benefactor of luminary Mohg and his dynasty. When he stood before her underground, deep below the capital city of Leyndell, his blood boiled in a way that intoxicated him. His banishment to the shadows, his role as guardian of the path to the Three Fingers, even his accursed body, didn't matter anymore. After meeting this outer god, he understood her craving for wounds and built a dynasty on the foundation of worshipping her. His sacred spear, his instrument of communion with this god, came to be known as a symbol for his dynasty. So of course, it's more than a little jarring to be exploring the Land of Shadow and stumble across monsters performing rituals with their own spears, where they pierce the flesh of the Formless Mother. It would seem Mohg was not the first person she came in contact with when trying to stake a claim on the lands between. The Bloodfiends and their connection to blood sorcery likely predates Mohg finding the Mother of Wounds deep below Leyndell. So let's explore these early worshippers of the Formless Mother and study the wounds they open. The Bloodfiends seem to be a singular race in the Land of Shadow, and while their physicality is slightly reminiscent of the Omen we see in the Lands Between, they're completely devoid of horns, their faces taking on a more rodent-like appearance, with two large front teeth and pointed ears. I think it's fair to say that there are no other creatures in Elden Ring that look quite like this, and we get an idea as to why from defeating the Bloodhound Chieftain and receiving the Bloodfiend Hexer's ashes. This spirit conducts blood-boon rituals with a sacred spear, casts blood flame hexes, and takes a singular pleasure in letting the blood of foes. Long ago, a subjugated tribe discovered a twisted deity amongst the ravages of war, and they were transformed into Bloodfiends. The Mother of Truth was their savior. While we can't know for sure, I believe it was at least possible that the Bloodfiends may have been an offshoot of the demi-humans. We can certainly describe the demi-humans as a subjugated tribe in the Lands Between, but we don't see any examples of this in the Land of Shadow, outside of Onze, the swordsman who locked himself away in the Bellerat jail. When considering the idea that the Omen are a cursed form of Hornsent, it does create a parallel to what the demi-humans may have been twisted into once they were transformed by the Mother of Truth. However, after speaking with other creators in the community, I believe there's a stronger theory as to the origins of these monsters.
The Outer God heirloom is a talisman engraved with the lore of an outer god. The clan, who lost everything in the Great Fires, peered upon the corpse of their ancestor, normally an act of sanctity, and saw in its shadow a twisted deity. The clan had suffered such torment that the horrible thing was taken as an object of worship. This sounds a whole lot like the description we've just read of the Hexer Ashes, but I believe there must be some mistake here. I was floored after speaking with Moxie Watts in Last Protagonist to confirm that the original Japanese translation of these two items still aligned very well. This means the most likely origin of the Bloodfiends is actually the Hornsent. The corpse of their ancestor mentioned in the talisman seems to be a tutelary deity. The corpses of the ascetics trying to reach divinity, which hold divine spirit ash. After their land was razed by Mesmer's forces, some Hornsent saw the Mother of Wounds in the burning visage of one of their most sacred practices, leading them to her and transforming them into the Bloodfiends. Make sure to check out Last Protagonist's video diving into this, as I believe it lays out the theory better than I do here. Moxie also brought up an interesting idea that the Bloodfiends could be some form of what comes out of the jars as successful transformations, due to their smooth, round bodies, showing how we can interpret different origins with the info that we're given. All this said, there are a couple of issues I take with the idea of the Bloodfiends being Hornsent, even though it is the strongest possible origin we have. The Bloodfiends take on the appearance of rodents, as mentioned earlier, and are severely deformed, their bodies seeming more omen than anything else. Why would they look like this? Also, for former Hornsent, there's a distinct lack of horns on any of the Bloodfiends. In talking to Last Protagonist, he mentioned this could be due to the purification rituals they undergo with the Mother's blood. And while I agree that this could explain the discrepancy, it really is just speculation. This also brings to mind the Sanguine Nobles, members of Mohg's forces who are growing horns on their bodies. These members of Mohg's court take on an omen-like appearance, but many believe that this is due to the blood that they've been infused with by their master. It's interesting that by purifying the blood dropped by the Mother of Wounds, one may be able to rid themselves of horns, even if it leads to the twisted bodies of the Bloodfiends. But when Mohg shares his accursed blood with his followers, they sprout horns. According to the Mohgwyn Spear, she is an outer god who bestows power upon accursed blood. Maybe her connection to the Bloodfiends is what allows her to grant this power to Mohg. After all, the blood of the Hornsent is considered accursed in the lands between. When looking at these creatures, we see most can be found topside, wielding a weapon called the Bloodfiend's arm. This bludgeon is described as an arm pulled from the corpse of one of their kin, and wielded as a makeshift weapon. Having been sanctified by a blood ritual, this armament is capable of spraying blood stored within when executing a strong attack. The Bloodfiends don't seem to be overly concerned with the lives of their kin, as so many of them are found feasting on their brothers. The fact that these weapons are so common among the Bloodfiends leads me to believe that every one of them has been sanctified by a blood ritual, meaning this damaging blood exists within all of their bodies. In fact, we can catch these monsters practicing a blood ritual in the Rivermouth Cave, near the ancient ruins base, and within the Rao ruins. A leader chants and stabs into the air, as if to cut into the Mother of Wounds herself. This isn't new to the Tarnished, because to enter the Land of Shadow, we must defeat Mohg, who practices this very same ritual. We are witnessing the process by which the Bloodfiends worship the Mother of Truth, and gain strength. The Bloodfiend at the front of this ritual is a Hexer, and wields the Bloodfiend's sacred spear, stabbing it into the air, as one of his tribe sits before him, seemingly ready to open a wound for their mother. Great Spear of the Bloodfiend Hexers, one of the most significant implements used in their blood rituals. Sacred spears of blood are the instruments of communion with an outer god. The Mother of Truth desires a wound. It would seem that this ritual we found ourselves observing is one in which the Bloodfiends are trying to commune with their god. However, I'm willing to bet the Mother of Wounds is not able to speak with them directly, due to the veil cast over the Land of Shadow, obscuring its presence from the lands between. This would mean the Bloodfiends are continually reaching out to a god that can't hear them,
and who's much more busy leading Mohg, at least until Miquella's influence took his senses from him. Even so, the ability Bloodfiend's boon does seem to imply that at one time, these creatures were closer to the Mother than Mohg ever was. It's similar to Blood Boon Ritual, which creates explosions of blood, but it's much more controlled, as if the Bloodfiends are practiced in how to wield this power, and can control where they want the Mother's blood to go. The Bloodfiend's fork tells us how they offer their own wounds to their mother in order to slake her thirst. Weapon used by the Bloodfiends, 3 tines of carved bone spear the victim to provoke blood loss. A ritual implement for blood offerings to the Formless Mother. At times, the Bloodfiends would spill even their own blood using these forks. Just as Luminary Mohg wants his forces to spill blood to fill his pits, the Bloodfiends let what blood they can to appease their mother, even going so far as to offer their own life essence to feed her craving. The literal river of blood we find ourselves standing in during this ritual was most likely not created from the Bloodfiends dragging people down into their lair, but rather a mixture of both their blood and that of the Formless Mother, which they're able to spill when their rituals succeed. The Bloodfiends can sometimes drop sacred bloody flesh, a raw meat soaked with blood, a delicacy of the Bloodfiends, temporarily boosts physical attack power and arcane. When blood loss occurs nearby, further boosts attack power. The blood is said to have fallen from the Formless Mother's wound. Never will it dry, never will it rot. As we saw with Mohg during our battle, stabbing into the air to produce blood, and pulling flaming blood from seemingly nowhere, is exactly what the Mother of Wounds wants. Both he and the Bloodfiend spill her blood in order to make themselves more powerful. It seems when performing these rituals, the blood of the Mother herself will fall from the wounds they inflict with their spears, and that blood is then used to soak a piece of flesh, literally taken off of one of their own. By ingesting this flesh, now purified through the Mother's blood, we're able to boost our physical and arcane attack power, gaining the strength of the Mother herself, then being granted even more power when we trigger blood loss in our foes. Through her own wounds and craving for even more bloodshed, she empowers her followers to continue their worship of her. I wish there were more to say about the Bloodfiends, but this is seemingly it outside of the description of the Sanguine Amaryllis. A blood flower with meaty petals, grown by Bloodfiends in pools of blood. Perhaps even the fiends admire blood's beauty. This item implies that beauty can sprout from the blood spilled in the name of the Formless Mother, and that the Bloodfiends, while they look simple and deformed, have the capacity to admire the resilience of these flowers. This hints at a richer internal life within the Bloodfiends you wouldn't expect. It's interesting to think these heavy, rodent-looking monsters could look at a flower blooming from the very blood they spill and feel something deeper. An admiration for how this plant is able to thrive surrounded by blood, just as the Bloodfiends hope to. Perhaps there is more behind their appearance than there seems to be. However, there are no Bloodfiend NPCs or friendly characters in Shadow of the Erdtree, so we must piece together what we can to make sense of them. They simply overrun the areas where they're found, such as Prospect Town where they likely originated. Then again, if they were previously Hornsent, perhaps these lands were already their home, before they were twisted into the monstrosities they are now. I think it's interesting to note the importance of plants in the lands between being reminiscent of their gods. We know that the Nectarblood Burgeon is a young shoot heavy with velvety purple nectar, said to burgeon forth where the nectar-like blood of abandoned Trina pooled. Now we have the Sanguine Amaryllis, another flower that only blooms in adversity, surrounded by the blood of the Mother of Wounds and cultivated by the Bloodfiends. Each of these items shows how the blood of gods holds a power our blood does not. Through blood alone they can create life, and it seems the Bloodfiends understand this, going so far as to give the Mother of Wounds a foothold in the Land of Shadows by growing her very own flowers. I find that no matter how many times I look at the Bloodfiends, I'm struck by a sense of pity. These enemies may have once been Hornset driven away by the forces of the tower,
and forced to cower below ground, all because they found their new god in the flames of their old deity. Or rather, she found them. If the story of Luminary Mohg is any indication, it seems as though the Mother of Wounds wants to seek out those who have been shunned by their society, making them easier to manipulate, so that she might invite her wrath on the lands between and the Land of Shadow. Before she convinced Mohg to be her vassal, she had the entirety of the Bloodfiends walking the Land of Shadow, finding people worth running through with their spears so they might appease her with blood offerings. The only reason the Bloodfiends are found in this sorry state is because the other Hornsent have made a habit of subjugating the races around them, and without the influence of Mesmer, the Bloodfiends would have never made contact with the Formless Mother, never felt the strength of her flesh, and never would have started offering the blood of others and themselves up to her. This is the sad state we find them in when we reach the Land of Shadow, and there's no changing their fate now. Best to avoid these creatures and their rituals, lest your own blood join the pools they've cultivated deep below the Land of Shadow, where the rivers run red. Thank you for joining us for this breakdown of the Bloodfiends, one of the most monstrous creatures we face across the Land of Shadow. Do you believe the Bloodfiends were once demi-humans, Hornsent, or were they their own race? Why did the Mother of Wounds move on from them to Mohg? Was Mohg aware that he was not the first vassal of his outer god? How does the Mother of Wounds keep reaching those who can spread her influence? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. There are only so many unique enemies in Elden Ring. Most of the people or creatures we fight can be found in multiple places across the world. There are a number of named dragons, but you're likely to face multiple versions of the same battle. It seems unique enemies are mostly relegated to our most important fights. Even the demigods themselves are subject to being reused, as we can see from battling projections of Mohg and Morgott, as well as fighting Godric the Grafted again in the form of his kin, Godfroy. All this to say, when we find an enemy that is wholly unique, it tends to be met with no small amount of fanfare, and you wouldn't expect to find someone like this in a simple jail. Except we do. As we explore the Land of Shadow, we can come across a jail, which houses a wholly unique enemy, known as the Lamenter. An enigma with little to no background, who has been trapped here by the Hornsent. Today, we dive a little deeper into the Lamenter, and try to piece together what exactly it is, and why it terrified the Hornsent down to their very core. The Lamenter is the boss found at the end of his own personal jail. This is easily the most complicated jail we can explore in the Land of Shadow. It has us moving back and forth through its halls and ladders, finding the keys to different locked-off areas, until we finally make our way to the bottom, to the Lamenter themselves, whose mask explains why the security around this place is so obtuse. A stone mask twisted into an expression of rapturous grief, used while disrobed to transform into a Lamenter. The change cannot be undone except by death. Using this mask while already transformed causes the head to swell in size. This transformation tallies with the state of a denizen of paradise, but the people of the tower denied and hid it from the world. In their foolishness, they viewed true bliss with deep fear. It would seem the Lamenter, finding bliss in their transformation, deeply terrified the Hornsent of Enir Elim, so they made it as complicated as possible for anyone to reach them, in a jail designed specifically to keep them locked away. The big question here is why? Why did this singular person warrant the creation of their own jail? When looking at the Lamenter, you would think they are the ideal that the Hornsent should strive towards. They have large horns sprouting from all over their body, tying them to the divine, as the Hornsent believed only divine beings would sprout horns. The specimens preserved in the Shadowkeep storehouse show us examples of both Hornsent and creatures that reached this divinity and sprouted horns all over. That said, the Lamenter's horns grew not only from their body, but their eyes, blinding them. This blindness seems to be at the core of the Lamenter's sorrow, as well as their bliss, as we can tell from the lamenting visage and its ability, blindfold of happiness. A stone lantern carved to resemble a lamenting human head, the eyes vacantly beaming out light, can be raised up when equipped in the left hand, illuminating more of the surrounding area. The unusual expression somehow imparts a sense of contentment, the languid ease of one who needs not sight. Swing the head while covering the eyes, unleashing a wail of lamentation, while temporarily making the user of this skill harder to see. To those who seek happiness, blindness is bliss. Interestingly, the Lamenter's visage only shows a horn coming from its chin, with its head completely devoid of them. To me, this implies that the head may have been carved before their horns were fully formed, and the empty eye sockets streaming with light may mean that the Lamenter's eyes were not gouged by their horns. Rather, they were never there at all, and the horns grew from the empty sockets. The face also imparts contentment, not sorrow, which the Lamenter would come to be known for. So it makes it seem as if their blindness and the growth of their horns affected their mental state over time. The idea of finding bliss in lamentation was terrifying to the Hornsent, and while the Lamenter's many horns would have normally been seen as divine, it's the rest of its body that likely raised red flags amongst the people. The Lamenter has the same red hair as the giants in various places on its body, and if you look at its back, you can see the outline of a face, much the way the fire giants had on their torsos. The fire giant we face is able to open an enormous eye in its chest, but the Lamenter doesn't seem to have this eye on its body, as its main trait is its blindness. It was almost definitely this twisted form of divinity that scared the Hornsent, that their ultimate goal of growing horns and becoming closer to the Crucible could be tainted by the giants was obscene and terrifying. After all, according to the Furnace Visage, the fell god of fire haunted the sagas of the Hornsent. It should not exist in one so close to divinity. How can this creature be both Hornsent and giant? The answer can be found within a talisman, the talisman of all crucibles. A giant mass of intermingling crucible attributes reduces damage taken from critical hits and headshots, and improves the effectiveness of rolling and backstepping, but also increases damage taken at all times. Rumored to have sprouted upon giants, and is known as the Mother of Crucibles in ancient tower lore. With the discovery of this talisman, we learn that the horns of the Crucible could also sprout from giants, possibly explaining the enormous hornsent found in the specimen storehouse of the Shadowkeep. It would seem even the mortal enemy of the Hornsent and their fell god could be tied to the very crucible they worship, and the Lamenter is living proof of that. Through no fault of their own, the Lamenter came to be touched deeply by the crucible, so much so that they acquired not only horns, but vestiges of the fell god of the giants. And it looks as if this contradiction to the beliefs of the Hornsent shook them to their core, and led to their imprisonment of the Lamenter. Perhaps that is why they weep in bliss. They understand a fundamental truth the rest of the Hornsent couldn't reach, and they were only able to do so due to the blindness that afflicts them. One of the aspects of the Lamenter that's hardest to explain is the black flames present when we transform into one ourselves. Typically, black flame would be associated with the Godskin Apostles rather than the Fire Giants. But I have a theory. The black flame we see when transforming into the Lamenter is its own separate entity. In this case, black flame is what we get when commingling red fire and the spiritual attacks of the Hornsent. When we fight the Lamenter, they can attack us with these black streams of power that could be construed as both flame and spirits, and they come from where their eyes should be. During the fight, this same flame is able to create copies of the Lamenter, much in the way Morgott and Mohg are able to create projections of themselves, a power those with horns seem to be capable of. In the case of the Lamenter, I believe these clones are like the echoes of their cries, the eternal weeping that surrounds you in their presence. There's one last item that can be associated with the Lamenter, and it's found within their jail, the prattling pate of lamentation. Twisted clay sculpt in the shape of a human head emits a blissful lamentation. The voice resounds, seeping into the brain, weeping, 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 ever weeping. The fact that this exists is fascinating, and the weeping it creates can be heard while fighting the Lamenter. It leads me to believe that while most were terrified of this abomination of their understanding of their very own religion, there must have been someone who saw a benefit to creating this pate. I don't believe the Lamenter themselves created it, as they're locked in the depths of the jail. So that means there must have been some who understood the bliss of their lamentations, perhaps due to being forced to hear it time and again. The pate mentions that the voice resounds, seeping into the brain. So perhaps, if one spends enough time listening to the cries of the Lamenter, they begin to understand the bliss they are experiencing. Either that, or it drives them mad. It wouldn't matter to the Hornsent who are not yet afflicted with this knowledge. They would see those who were as heretics to be thrown into the jail as well. The Lamenter is a singular anomaly in Shadow of the Erdtree, and there isn't nearly enough written about this enemy to understand the true depths and implications of its lore. A creature both Hornsent and giant, with no vision, locked in an eternal lamentation that it perceives as bliss. What kind of horrible truth does the Lamenter have to share with us? And why would the Hornsent lock them away instead of doing away with them entirely? Perhaps they feared putting something so close to the divine to the sword, even if it was twisted from their understanding of what a deity should be. Regardless, we'll never know why the Lamenter weeps, and we'll never know why its weeping, its bliss, is so infectious. Another horrifying truth that will forever stay a mystery. That is, unless you've started to experience the bliss of blind weeping for yourself. Thank you for joining us as we speculate about the truth of the Lamenter. Do you believe the Lamenter was once a Hornsent ascetic who got too close to the Crucible? Why did getting so close to the perceived divinity of the Hornsent make giant's hair and a face form on the Lamenter's body? Do you believe the Lamenter was always blind, or did they lose their eyes to their horns? Let us know in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. In the lands between, creatures often tell the stories of various factions. Lions were associated with Godfrey and later Radahn, while wolves came to represent the Carians, with Radagon's red wolf wielding glintstone sorcery, Blythe protecting his mistress, and Ranni granting us a pack of wolves as one of our first spirit ashes. Even creatures like the Golden Centipede came to be a symbol of Golden Order fundamentalists who hunted those who live in death. However, it seems these symbols can be twisted from their original meaning, as lions used to be associated with divine dance before Godfrey. The red wolf came to be more of a jailer, and Blythe ultimately went mad due to the influence of the fingers, becoming something dangerous to Ranni rather than her protector. With a little bit of influence from the gods, the symbols we know can be tainted. And there's no better example of this than Romina, Saint of the Bud. A woman tainted by the Scarlet Rot. a fate she never would have met, if not for Messmer's flame engulfing the land as he marched on the tower. For our spooky season finale, we're going to tell the story of Romina, the woman twisted by rot, who wanted nothing more than to help the flowers of her church bloom again. There is no written lore on who Romina was before Messmer marched on the Land of Shadow, but there's one thing I can say with certainty. The woman we see in the trailer for this DLC, backdropped by the Flaming City, is Romina. There were plenty of theories and speculation in the past, but with what we know now, it's abundantly clear that this is the Saint of the Bud before her transformation, cradling her pole blade as her church burns around her. This detail can be confusing if you're familiar with the lore of Salza the Fire Knight, who asked that Messmer not burn the Rao ruins. But if we consider that the Church of the Bud is where we ultimately burn the small tree that conceals Anira limb, it stands to reason that even if Messmer never specifically attacked the ruins, the church would be caught in the crossfire of the sack of Bellarat Tower, which reduced it to a crumbling mess. Perhaps Romina was a maiden of this church, dedicated to the buds that grew within, as her weapon seems to imply. The pole blade of the bud tells us it is the weapon of Romina, Saint of the Bud, a scarlet glaive with a dangling bud-like blade. Once, in the crumbling, burning church, Romina held the bud in speechless silence. That bud would become her blade. We can take the meaning of the bud becoming her blade a little less literally, because after the church was burned to the ground, she discovered something new lurking beneath that would make her blade all the more deadly to those who would threaten her buds. The remembrance of the Saint of the Bud tells us, after the church was burned to the ground, Romina discovered a twisted divine element, which she weaved into the baleful scarlet rot. Perhaps then the buds might find somewhere to gain purchase once more, within the scorched remains. So it was that Romina uncovered that which would become the scarlet rot deep below the church, and she never would have if not for Messmer's flame. Unfortunately for Romina, the plan to have the buds return to their former glory would never come to fruition, as the scarlet bud tells us it is a large rotten bud that will never come into bloom. Grows in lands blighted by the scarlet rot. There was a time when these buds were not touched by the scarlet rot's blight, when they were the symbol of the small church deep in the ancient ruins of Rao. While she may have been able to propagate them once more, they'll never fully bloom, but this was the least of Romina's problems. It would seem her attempt to propagate the bud with the scarlet rot had certain side effects. When we discover the spider scorpion ashes, we learn that this breed of scorpion was native to the realm of shadow, but was far smaller in size. Recent giant scorpions are said to trace back to the Church of the Bud. This would mean that the rot granted power to those scorpions who already carried it within their bodies. This makes sense, as all signs seem to point toward the rot's first avatar being a scorpion. The scorpion's stinger is a dagger found in the Lake of Rot, being worshipped as a religious item by the kindred of Rot. Its description tells us it's a dagger fashioned from a great scorpion's tail, glistening with scarlet rot. A ceremonial tool used by heretics, crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. We know it was the blind swordsman who sealed this outer god, and if the scorpion stinger was once a piece of this monster, it would make sense that the rot would find purchase within scorpions, and make them grow in size rather than kill them. This also partially explains what happened to Romina after she started working with the rot. We know Romina used to be some form of human from the DLC trailer, so how did she become this enormous creature dripping with rot, with the tail of a scorpion and front of a centipede wound beneath her own, now transformed, body? She seems to be made up of 3 different creatures: a scorpion, a butterfly, and a centipede. I believe we already know enough about the scorpion to understand why this would sprout from her body. It was likely the physical form of the outer god of Rot, and it now holds sway over her. The butterfly wings are actually explained by the incantation Rotten Butterflies, incantation used by Romina, Saint of the Bud, summons a myriad of butterflies while performing a gentle twirl. The butterflies break apart on contact, scattering rot and setting off a chain reaction. The scarlet butterflies are as the goddess of rot's wings. Bereft of a master, they were soothed by Romina, who reached out to them. Romina found the rot well before Melania bloomed enough to take on her rot wings made of butterflies. So by reaching out to them, Romina inherited their power and gained wings of her own. This leaves the centipede half of her body somewhat of an enigma. You could chalk this up to the kindred of rot being the abandoned servants of the goddess of rot. After all, Pest Thread Spear tells us, the pests are abandoned servants, and it is for this reason that they found a mother in the Saint of the Bud. This explains why so many of them take on the red coloration of Romina. But I believe this isn't quite the right answer, as if we look at the kindred of rot, their faces are not one for one with the centipede body of their new mother. I believe that the true reason for the centipede half of Romina's body comes from the golden centipedes that were found near churches. If a golden centipede, a symbol of the Golden Order, was found in the Church of the Bud when Romina wove together the rot from the element found beneath, perhaps she tainted this symbol of those responsible for the raising of her church and its buds, taking its strength for herself. She twisted the symbol of the Golden Order fundamentalists who hunted death itself into a part of her body that would dole out death and rot, turning any who oppose her into nothing but a puddle. In this way, Romina made herself into something more than a simple maiden of the Church of the Bud. She was now its defender, struggling to help the buds find a way to bloom once again. Unfortunately for her, the flowers of the rot could never bloom without the power of the rot goddess, and while Romina may have been granted a sliver of that power, it was nothing compared to the original god, or its new vessel, Melania. Now we understand why these creatures make up Romina's body, but we still don't have an explanation as to how. It would be easy to wave this away by saying it's the power of the rock goddess working through the divine element she discovered, and that's a valid interpretation. But I think there's another that makes sense when considering the history of the Land of Shadow. Romina is a shaman. The Tooth Whip tells us shaman flesh is said to meld harmoniously with others, and we know the horrifying outcomes of the jar rituals performed by the potentates of the Bonnie village. If Romina was actually a shaman, rather than a random maiden of the Church of the Bud, then she would have the innate ability to meld the flesh of the scorpion and the centipede to her own body. In fact, when looking at her torso, its coloration is similar to that of the jar innards. While I believe her wings were granted by the butterfly she took in, it's possible the rest of her body is the result of Romina melding the flesh of these creatures to her own, so that she may better defend her church and the future of the buds yet to bloom. It's interesting to think that without the actions of Mesmer the Impaler, Romina would simply be a maiden of the church, and the Scarlet Rot would never have found a foothold in the Land of Shadow. Without his attack on Bellarat and his burning of the Church of the Bud, Romina would not have found the ancient disease lurking beneath the ground. The twisted divine element would never become the Scarlet Rot, and the scorpions of the Land of Shadow would not have become the hulking monstrosities we now face. If not for his relentless attack, Romina herself would never have taken up the bud and melded her flesh with the scorpion and the centipede so that she might defend her rotted home. Behind this twisted amalgamation of creatures is a maiden whose only wish was to help the buds of her church bloom. A woman who would soothe the butterflies of rot who knew not what to do after being abandoned by their goddess. Sometimes, the monsters we face are those who have been wronged the worst. So give a thought to Romina before you slay her, because in this battle, the monster is you. Thank you for joining us for our exploration of Romina, Saint of the Bud. Do you believe the woman we see in the trailer for Shadow of the Erdtree holding her weapon, backdropped by the flaming tower, is truly Romina? Why do you think half of her body is now a centipede? Will the butterflies finding a home with Romina someday return to Melania when she blooms a third time? What is the divine element that became the rod? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore. Thank you for joining us this evening. You've made it to the end of our final video in the compilation, so here's your reward. Early access to next week's Elden Lore, where we dive into the horror of the man-flies. The Land of Shadows is home to many terrifying creatures. The grave birds, avian golems built to resemble the death birds and guard spirit graves, attack us wherever we find them. The Bloodfiends have been twisted into rat-faced, omen-like creatures by the Mother of Wounds. The Curseblades come for our lives with their murderous dance, weaving their weapons with their gangly limbs. It would be easy to dismiss the man-flies as another disgusting enemy, meant to unnerve you as you explore this land. However, there's much more to these poor souls than meets the eye. These Hornsent, afflicted with a terrible disease, lose their humanity slowly but surely, and become nothing more than mindless creatures out for their next meal. But how did they end up this way? And where did this disease start? Today, we tell the story of the man-flies and share our thoughts on the origins of these cursed souls. We can encounter the man-flies fairly early on our journey as we explore the first open field in the Land of Shadow and come across the ailing village. These creatures clearly hold a human form, but they've sprouted extra fly-like appendages, such as skinny insect arms and fly wings. Their spines have also elongated, pulling and stretching their torso. Their skin has gone white and their bodies are loosely covered in shrouds and wraps, as if they were patients to someone watching over them. This makes sense when we consider the ailment talisman, which is described as a talisman depicting a soul taken by sickness. When the weak were infected with the dreaded fly sickness, they perished well before the metamorphosis could take hold. Oddly, those who cared for the infected and made certain they were given a proper burial were never afflicted themselves. This confirms that the Flymen are not their own species in the Land of Shadow, but rather people afflicted with a sickness that transforms them into these creatures. We'll get into those that cared for them later, but for now, we can take this information to mean that those who cared for the Flymen before they fully transformed wrapped them in these bandages. The affliction that some of the Hornsent suffered from must have been agonizing, but the pain and suffering would stop, as the Flyman Ashes explain. Afflicted Hornsent eventually metamorphosized into a fly-like form. It was believed that the moment the transformation took place, they were relieved from their suffering. Once a Hornsent reached the final stages of this illness, and their body had become fully transformed, the pain of this disease would supposedly subside. But the words, "it was believed," are doing some heavy lifting here. It's possible the man-flies are still in agony, but the part of them that was human is now gone, and they have no idea just how horrific their transformation has been. If the completed transformation somehow dulled their ability to show emotion, then if they were still feeling the pain of the disease, we'd have no way of knowing. I'm inclined to believe they truly can still feel this pain, due to the invaluable crafting material they can drop, known as fly mold. A species of fungus known for its deathly sweet stench, found by hunting man-flies. Cultivated using the flesh and blood of the man-flies, it can serve as pot innards. Fly mold is an integral ingredient in numerous hefty pots, such as the fetid, fly, poison, and rot pots. If their very flesh can be used to spread all manner of pestilence, I think it's fair to assume living with that flesh is torturous to the manflies. While these creatures can be encountered throughout the Land of Shadow, we can actually find their origin point in the manfly village, where many of them reside, surrounded by corpses of giant insect-like creatures. An item the manflies have a chance of dropping, which can also be found in this village, is the Silver Horn Tender, an old currency used by Hornsent, made by coating spiral horns with silver. These trinkets were once symbolic of society's upper echelons. If any manfly can drop this item, it means that those who were afflicted with this disease can be associated with older families of the Land of Shadows, which once held some level of status. But this isn't the only interesting thing we can find in the village. Among the manflies, we can find a Hornsent spirit with the ability to cast Swarm of Flies, an incantation associated with the Formless Mother. A Blood Oath incantation, shared from the Lord of Blood's power, releases a swarm of blood flies before the caster to assault foes. The vile swarm deals damage and builds up onset of blood loss. The new palace of the Lord of Blood lies in a swamp of festering blood, and these flies are said to spawn from excrement in that land. I and many others believe this man is one of the doctors mentioned in the ailment talisman, and the fact that they were never affected by the sickness, and that they have the ability to cast this incantation, indicates that they may have been the ones to spread the manfly disease in the first place. I think it's fair to assume that these doctors are responsible for the proliferation of the manflies, but I believe their tie to the Formless Mother is tenuous. Yes, they use a Blood Oath incantation, but we've seen through the Bloodfiends what the Mother of Wounds does with her followers in the Land of Shadow. This aside, we can see the fly mold is versatile. The flesh of the manflies is not specifically associated with one outer god. It can be used to create pots that spread blood loss, but also poison and rot, associating these enemies with both the Mother of Wounds and the Goddess of Rot. With this in mind, I believe the use of Swarm of Flies here is more thematic rather than creating a direct tie between these doctors and the Formless Mother. It's possible they may have tapped into her power, but I don't believe they are in any way her acolytes, not like Luminary Moog, his dynasty, or the Bloodfiends. It would seem the manflies were nothing more than an experiment for these physicians, and their affliction may have never been contagious in the first place. The details we have come together to paint a picture of a very controlled disease, spread through the practices of physicians trying to learn something, and believing this particular transformation held the answers they were seeking. Perhaps this was an attempt to bring the Hornsent closer to their religion, as wings and more animalistic traits are deeply associated with the primordial crucible. It's possible these doctors were studying a form of religious salvation. What if those Hornsent that never grew horns of their own were looking for a way to bring themselves closer to the crucible? If they cannot have horns, what other vestiges could they obtain? Maybe wings? What if the manflies were unwitting pawns in the experiments of these doctors, believing they could somehow become closer to the divine body their churches coveted? What if the manfly village is full of the upper echelons of Hornsent society, because they believe their money and influence could pay for divinity, and the result was this horrible amalgamation of man and fly? Maybe the manflies truly were afflicted with a terrible disease through no fault of their own. But it's also possible these are the just desserts of those who tried to take a shortcut in an attempt to become divine like their tutelary deities. We'll never know the truth, but one thing we do know is that no one truly survives the transformation. They simply continue existing until someone has the decency to cut them down and end their suffering. Thank you for joining us for this breakdown of the manflies. What do you think of our theory about the richer people of the Land of Shadow attempting to pay their way into divinity? Where did you first encounter the manflies? Do you harvest their mold for your pots? Do you believe they're associated with a specific outer god, and why? Let us know your thoughts and theories in the comments below. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, and set notifications to all, so you never miss out on any of our lore dives. We look forward to seeing you again for more Elden Lore.